Thank you. Before we get started, I just wanted to make a couple of points. First of all, how many of you are here because of the notice you received from the 38th District Republican Club PAC? How many of you received that? Okay. I just wanted to say that I was very disappointed in some of the points that were raised there because for an organization with such a sterling reputation, some of the information presented was misinformation in an effort to raise funds. But I did want to pick up on one as a segue into an item that we're discussing this afternoon, and that is they seem to make a connection between forcing the municipalities on the coast to sign an agreement with U.S. Wind, or they would be charged for beach renourishment. And nothing could be farther from the truth. They are two distinct and separate items. Sure. And if any of you are interested in beach replenishment and whether or not you're going to have to pay for it, I would advise you and encourage you strongly to stay for the second agenda item, because if the beach towns are forced to pay for beach replenishment, then one of the ways we're going to have to fund that is by charging people to come onto the beach, much like they do in New Jersey. So I think it's an item that's important for all of us, not just people who live in Bethany Beach or the coastal towns, but also importantly, people who live in Millville and Ocean View and any of those towns. It's an important issue for all of us. So I would encourage you to stay for that item too, even though you might not right now be interested in it. Okay, I just wanted a couple of things up front. If anyone wishes to comment, how many are here to comment on the agreement? Okay. How many think they're here to comment on the pros and cons of offshore wind? Okay, that's not the purpose of this meeting. This is not a decision-making body which would have the ability to authorize authorize U.S. Wind or Ørsted to install turbines off our coast. The lease was given to U.S. Wind by the United States Bureau of Ocean Energy Management in 2014, and the time to have opposed that lease was before then. And then the Maryland Public Service Commission awarded U.S. Wind credits to be able to install the wind farms off there, and those were passed, I think, in 2019 and 21. There were two groups of them. 17 and 20. Yeah. So this body has no authority over U.S. Wind or Ørsted to be able to allow them or disallow them to build off the coast of our towns. That train has left the station. There's one more item left, and that is for the Bureau of Ocean Energy Management, and sometime at the end of this year we'll be issuing their final decree on the environmental impact statement, and they will let U.S. Wind know whether they can go ahead with it, with installing the wind farm, or whether they cannot, or whether they can with stipulations. So we are accepting comments today on the agreement, and I would encourage anybody who wishes to comment. The way we do it here in Bethany Beach is you sign in. So where is Christy? Christy? Christy's about 5 foot. You can't see her in the back of the room there. But Christy has the sign-in sheets, and if anyone would like to sign in, they're on the left side? Okay, they're right over there. If anyone wishes to speak, please sign in over here on the left side, or for you, ma'am, it's your right side. Yes. And I'll give you a few minutes to do that, but while we're doing it, I'd like to introduce Mike Dunmeyer, and he will go through some of this. Mike Dunmeyer lives in Lewis, and he serves as Delaware Development Manager for U.S. Wind. Mike is an ocean environmentalist with an extensive business background. After a long career as a senior executive for a Fortune 500 company, he served as executive director for Ocean Champions, a bipartisan political organization focused solely on ocean health. Mike was elected and served as a commissioner in the town of Dewey Beach, where he partnered with the Center for the Inland Bays to address Dewey's bayside flooding problems. He has an MBA from Duke University and a BA in economics from Washington and Lee, and he has served on the board of directors for Ocean Champions, the National Aquarium in Baltimore, and the Center for the Inland Bays. So Mike is going to give us an overall presentation today on U.S. wind and where they are. You people in the back there, I don't know if you can really see, I think he's going to have a set of slides up here. So without further ado, Mike, would you please? Did you want to sign in, ma'am? Who wants to sign in? Okay. Chip, do you want to? Christy? Christy, would you please, anybody who has their hand up, Christy, please visit them.
I did. Oh, yeah. There's nothing on it. Just me.
Okay, we'll give you give Christy 5 minutes to just take that around. And please raise your hand. Yeah, would you? Yeah. Yeah, we want to be sure everybody who wishes to speak has an opportunity to do so. So please go and visit Christy, and we'll hold off on Mike's presentation until after that. We want everyone to have an opportunity.
Speak here. You need to speak.
Oh, you need to speak, yeah.
To a mic, because I'm.
Oh, you can speak here. You can speak here as long as you do it into the microphone. Yeah.
Just let me know.
What works for you? Does that work better?
Oh, I'm sure it's fine, because over there I can't see a third of the room.
Right,
Or
yeah,
they
I
can
understand,
See me,
yeah.
so.
Want me to drop the shade? Huh? Want me to drop the shade? Is he going to stay the whole time? The whole night? Oh, no, there's no correlation there. This is all bullshit, smoking years and dollars. Rosemary, I think it sets a record. No. Try to get you. I still hang around with the occasional call from the sinus stuff. I started the day after Christmas. Sunday, I walked myself into a walk-in and we got the cough medicine that doesn't work, it just has it going. So
You know what? My son's in family medicine. He said, you know, there is no evidence that off stuff works. There's none.
And it's fine.
you can look up, was it, they call it the Tesla pearls?
Yeah.
And you look right up on the net and it says they're only effective in 30% of the people that take them. So. But when you do know, the old-fashioned coding works.
That's what Karen gave her so she could sleep with
She's lucky.
that on high tide.
Ready, just hold that in for a second.
Someone asked me to point out that this is also being broadcast on YouTube. If anyone in the back would rather go home or do that, okay. No, that's fine. That's fine. I just wanted to, we just want you to be able to see our faces. How are we doing, Christy? All right. This is, okay. Okay, Mike, thank you.
All right, thank you very much, Mayor Hardiman, town commissioners, and thanks to all of you for coming out to hear the presentation and share your opinions. As the mayor said, my name is Mike Dunmeyer, and I have spent much of my career working for Ocean Health. That is really why when 3 years ago US Wind asked me to join the team, I jumped at the opportunity because I've spent a lot of time looking at all of the factors that are causing ocean acidification, sea level rise, and ocean warming. And to me, this is an excellent opportunity to address those factors and give the marine environment a better chance long term. So I want to go through some issues, some basic context, some background on the projects. You all have that. And then we'll spend the majority of the time talking about the agreement itself. Oh, wait a minute. There we go. Okay, so we'd like to start with a very basic concept. There are actually two wind developers and two lease areas in the area that are separately being developed. There's an area that's essentially off the Delaware coast that is controlled by Ørsted. They refer to their project as Skipjack, and I think that's actually the more well-known project in the area. My company is US Wind. We have the rights to a lease area that is to the south of Skipjack. We do come as far north as the Fenwick Island latitudes and then extend southeasterly along the Maryland coast. So everything that I'm talking about today will be for that lease area the US Wind controls to the south. Now in that area, we have won 2 awards that would enable us to develop about 1,100 megawatts of offshore wind energy. And that's enough power to provide the energy for about 340,000 area homes while also displacing about 2.5 million tons of carbon dioxide every year. We can do that with 76 turbines and 3 offshore substations, and if our plans, as we've presented them to BOEM, are approved, that's the layout that we would use to deliver that energy. And in that layout, The closest turbine to Fenwick Island is 15 miles away. Closest to Bethany is 17, 22 to Dewey, and 26 to Rehoboth. Now you'll also notice on that chart there's an open area, and I should say that outlined area represents the full lease area. Within that outline, there's an open area in the northwest quadrant. That represents our excess capacity. And to be clear, we do not have any awards that would enable us to develop that area today, but if future opportunities arose to compete, to be able to develop that space, we would, and so it's quite possible that at some point in time that area would be developed as well. And if that were the case, the closest turbine to each one of those towns would basically become 4 miles closer. So 11 to Fenwick Island, 13 to Bethany, do my math here, 20 to Dewey, and 22 to Rehoboth. That's about 38 turbines that are room for 38 turbines in that space. Okay. Now, because we are seeking at some point to compete and fill out that space, as we're going through the permitting process at the federal level and the state level, we have put together plans for evaluating the entire lease area, i.e. what it would be if we were to develop that entire lease area. And it could hold in total 121 turbines and 4 offshore substations. Now, the reality is we would only develop a maximum of 114 because this last strip of turbines back there is close to the shipping channel that is just behind our lease area. So we've already said voluntarily that we would not develop those positions to have a stronger buffer area for that shipping channel. So it'd be 114 turbines in total, 4 offshore substations. Now, in our permitting process, BOEM asks us to provide something called a project design envelope, which really amounts to options that they can consider. And in those areas where we're providing options, things I think would be of the most interest to folks in the room would be, first of all, the turbine types that we're looking at. There are 2 that are under consideration. One is an existing turbine in production today that is a 14.7 megawatt turbine that at its tallest point would be 817 feet above mean sea level out in the lease area. The second turbine that we're looking at is not in production yet. It's still being tested. It would be an 18 megawatt turbine that at its tallest point would be 938 feet above mean sea level. Those are the 2 turbines that we're looking at. They're the only 2 that we can be considered for. I guess put more broadly, the only things we can do are what we have put into our plans. And those are the 2 turbines that we're looking at. BOEM can approve one, both, or neither. The other thing is that it's fine to generate all of this electricity, but it means nothing if you can't get it to the grid. So we have proposed to make landfall at a substation that is adjacent to the coal plant in Dagsboro. Now that substation, or that coal plant rather, will be decommissioned around the time that our offshore wind energy would be coming on board, making it really the ideal location to connect to the grid. And to get there, we've proposed 2 points of landfall. One at Tower Road Beach, which is just south of Dewey, the other at 3 R's Beach, just south of Indian River Inlet. Again, as with the turbines, we can only, BOEM can only consider what we've put in the plan, so it would be one of those 2 locations, nothing else is possible. Now from each one of those spots, there are a total of 5 potential cable corridors that would take the cables from that landfall location out to that substation in Dagsboro. 4 of them would be terrestrial routes where we would follow the public right-of-way along various roads in the area. 1 would continue to bury the cables going across Indian River Bay, burying them under the bay bottom there. We've identified to BOEM and all of our regulators that our preferred path would be to make landfall at 3 R's Beach and then continue burying those cables across Indian River Bay to make connection at the substation in Dagsboro. We believe that far and away that would be the least impactful way to do this, and that we can do that safely and responsibly. Oh, and as you consider this, it's important to note that the cables will be buried the entire way from where they originate at the offshore wind farm to where they ultimately connect at that substation. There'll be no above ground infrastructure. The only indication you'll have that there's something there would be the occasional manhole cover. Now, we will bury the cables using a low impact trenching method to get the cables about 6 feet beneath the seabed until we get to about 1,000 feet from the coast. Now, at that point, we'll switch to something called horizontal directional drilling, which allows us to send the cables 60 feet beneath the beach and dune without coming into contact with those critical ecosystems at all. And by burying the cables 60 feet deep, starting 1,000 feet off the coast, we also take away the risk that those cables could become unburied through wave activity, storms, etc. And we'll use that same approach, the horizontal directional drilling, to send our cables underneath any wetlands areas on the east and west coasts of Indian River Bay. Again, to make sure that we don't come into contact with those sensitive ecosystems. All right, so where are we now? The permitting process really revolves around the creation and analysis of U.S. Wind's construction and operations plan. This is an immense set of documents that goes into great detail about absolutely every little thing that we're going to do, including development of the components that will become a part of the wind farm, their construction, shipping them out to the lease area, how they would be installed, how they would then be maintained and operated for the life of the project, which could be 30 or 40 years, and then ultimately how they will be decommissioned at end of life when all of that infrastructure is taken out of the water. And fortunately, well over 90% of turbine components are recyclable, so very little of that actually winds up in a landfill. The COP also goes into great detail about any risks that we will encounter through our activities, and importantly, what we will do to either avoid or mitigate those risks. That's all there. It also cites all of the research we've either conducted ourselves or have reviewed in putting together these plans. Now, on June 8th of 2022, BOEM, the Bureau of Ocean Energy Management, which is our lead regulator, declared those plans to be sufficient and complete. That did not mean that they were approved. That meant that after looking at them extensively, BOEM had determined that all of the information that they needed to make a decision about the project was in those documents, and so they could begin what at that point was a 2-year process where they assess all of those plans against every federal environmental law that exists. So this is clean water, clean air, the Marine Mammal Protection Act, the Migratory Bird Treaty Act, the Magnuson-Stevens Fisheries Conservation, the Coastal Zone Management Act, etc. It also assesses those plans for potential impacts sociographically, economically, and otherwise environmentally. Now, BOEM expresses their opinions about these plans through something called an environmental impact statement, and in late September last year, they published a draft environmental impact statement. And around that time, they had 4 public hearings, one in Ocean City, one in Dagsboro, and 2 that were online. They took public comment at those hearings, as well as through online facilities, snail mail, etc., for 60 days, and that period closed November 20. All of those comments are now public as well. So at this point, BOEM will take that feedback that they received, they will continue their analysis of the construction and operations plan, and they will come out with their final environmental impact statement late summer, fall of this year, and shortly thereafter they will render an opinion to either approve, disapprove, or approve with modifications our preferred approach to the project. And BOEM is not the only regulator. The FAA is involved, DOD through the Corps of Engineers, through the Coast Guard, NOAA is involved, DENREC is involved. There are a number of different organizations that have seats at the table. All of that analysis converges, like I say, late summer, early fall of this year. So at this point, it is really in our regulators' hands to make a decision about whether we can move forward or not. Okay, so I put this slide in as a placeholder, really, and I'll put my information up at the end. There's not the time in this forum to discuss environmental issues, nor is it the point of this, but I'm happy to come and meet with any of you at any time in your neighborhoods, in small groups, one-on-one, civic associations, and answer any questions that you might have. The one thing I want to say today is there is an incredible amount of misinformation in the public domain about the environmental impacts of offshore wind. I'm here to tell you there are 30 years of research and experience on this with what's happened in Europe, and it can be operated safely and responsibly. And by having more and more of our energy come from non-carbon creating sources, we actually do a lot to preserve the ocean environment and allow those animals that we care so much about to survive and thrive, because ocean acidification is changing the game. Ocean warming is changing the game, and those are existential threats to that ecosystem. Okay, so in the bigger picture, what's in it for Delaware? As Mayor Hardiman mentioned, the state of Maryland issued the offshore renewable energy credits that drive this deal forward. Maryland ratepayers will be paying for the cost of the energy, but by connecting to the grid here in Sussex County, the way that energy is billed versus how the electrons are actually consumed are two very different things. And the way that physics works, those electrons tend to be consumed close to where they're delivered. So by bringing them in here, the reality is that Delaware, Maryland, and probably as far down the peninsula as Virginia, when we turn on our lights in a few years, it's going to be clean power that are turning those lights on. Now these four squares to the left, just to try to go through this a little bit quickly, really represent job opportunities that are coming to this area because of the project. So U.S. Wind, to enable connection to the grid in this area, will invest $200 million to strengthen that grid, mostly around the Dagsboro area. When utilities do this, those costs are typically passed on to ratepayers. In this case, U.S. Wind covers the full bill. Doing that work also creates great opportunities for local electrical workers, in particular, members of the International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers, who today typically have to travel out of state to find work. This is also a large project with a significant supply chain, and U.S. Wind is engaging with companies in a number of states, but we're looking hard at a number of Delaware companies to create opportunities for them as well. And by investing that money here, creating jobs here, there is a ripple effect as you spend more money in the area and create more jobs. That in turn creates other service jobs and opportunities that revolve around those new jobs. And then finally, in this innovation space, we are already working with the University of Delaware. We have contracts with their really robust underwater robotics organization to use their ROVs to do analysis that's necessary in a low impact way. We're also working with Deltec and the University of Delaware on the creation of workforce training so that folks can actually take advantage of and get jobs in the offshore wind industry. But it's these two boxes that are on the left that are really more the issue that we're talking about today. And some of you have probably seen that U.S. Wind has signed a term sheet with the Delaware governor to begin discussions and further negotiations around Delaware allowing us to make landfall on the state lands and potentially go across Indian River Bay. There are two processes that have to happen here. One is a permitting process. DENREC still has to do their analysis. If they were to decline our project, obviously the deal with the state does not happen. If DENREC approves our project, and if BOEM and our other regulators do so, then the discussions that we're having with the state today would follow through. And there are a series of benefits that we're offering. The first of which is 150,000 free renewable energy credits to the state every year. You guys may not know this, but Delaware, like most states, has something called a renewable portfolio standard requiring the state to generate a certain percentage of its energy each year from renewable sources. That steps up ultimately to 40%, I believe, by 2035. Now, Delaware generates very little of its own energy and correspondingly very little green energy. So the way that the state typically meets their renewable portfolio standards goals is by buying credits from other utilities that have an excess of those credits. The last year I've seen records for was 2022. In that year, the state bought over 1 million renewable energy credits at a cost of just over $28 million. So by giving the state roughly 15% of what their overall need is at no cost, we significantly lower that bill. Much of those costs ultimately get pushed on to ratepayers today, so that's a benefit for Delaware ratepayers. There are also a series of programs that they have discussed having U.S. Wind fund that would include dredging in the coastal areas, establishing a resilience fund for state parks, and also doing more to fund development of classes for workforce development in the clean energy industry in our schools and universities. And there are also, outside of that deal, there are some other potential benefits to the area by delivering the energy here. The first is that by bringing 1,100 megawatts in from the east, we significantly lower the need to bring energy down a pipeline that follows Route 1 that most of our energy is coming from today. Simple laws of supply and demand, without getting into too many details, an independent consultant has assessed that by bringing this energy in, Delaware ratepayers will save about $253 million over the course of this deal. On an individual ratepayer basis, this gets down to about $9 a year, but it's still a savings. Commercial institutions. If I may. It's better than it's going up, right? And the other thing is by displacing carbon generating fossil fuel energy is what provides most of our energy today from the west. All that particulate matter does, the prevailing winds take it over Delaware, and we do have air quality problems here. The more of that we can crowd out with green energy, the less of that comes our way, the less air pollution that we have. And that's just a description of the...
Excuse me, can you stop talking in the back so he can continue speaking? Thank you.
That's a description of the state deal. Now, the community benefits deal that we're talking about here today is completely independent from that, unrelated. They're two separate issues. And I guess if we can, let me go ahead to that. So I'm about 5 weeks away from my 3-year anniversary with the U.S. Wind. So I've been out talking to towns, civic groups, all different clusters of people for about 3 years. In that entire period, there has always been discussion of setting up a community benefits program, in particular with the coastal towns. U.S. Wind believes that, you know, if you're going to be a member of a community, and we anticipate being here for 30, 40 years or more, if you're going to be a member of a community, you need to do what you can to help it to thrive. And so we've always wanted to have an arrangement with the towns to where we could actually help them accomplish their objectives. And so a short while ago, we initiated conversations with the ACT to see if they would be interested in having this conversation. We've had a few meetings to bounce back and forth ideas and have a negotiation to where we got to a point where we felt like we had something that we were both comfortable with and felt good about. We could then take that to the towns for their public process as we're doing today. So the way that the agreement would work is that it's basically $100,000 per year per town over 20 years. That stream of payments would begin with the initiation of construction of our first offshore turbine. So as soon as we start putting in a monopile foundation, each town participating would receive $100,000. That second check would come on our commercial operation date, i.e. when we begin generating power. And then every year thereafter, on that COD anniversary date for 18 years, each town would get another $100,000, so a total of $2 million to each town. Now, as I mentioned, this has been a goal from day one. We are a coastal business. These are coastal towns. We're neighbors. We want to help the towns do well. We do have provisions in the agreement, though, that ask the towns not to take a position to obstruct the project, simply because no organization wants its money to be used to fund activity against it. Having said that, there is a provision in the agreement that allows any town at any point to get out of the arrangement if they are uncomfortable with it and wanted to take action. If that happened before any of the payments had started, then that is a free option. They can just step out and begin doing whatever it is that they would want to do. I guess the other important point that's been raised in some other meetings I've been to that I should put out here is the agreement with the town doesn't stop anyone from living in that town from doing whatever they would want to do. I mean, everyone retains their own individual rights to take whatever actions they saw as important to take. And indeed, members of the town of Bethany's staff and individual members of this commission, not in their town capacity, could also take action if they wanted to. If after the payments had been flowing for a while, a town decided that they wanted to get out, we asked that they return 2 years of payments, again, for the reason that U.S. Wind does not want to fund activity being taken against it. But our anticipation, of course, is that everything is going to go smoothly and work well, and we'll have a long relationship where we can help the towns achieve their objectives. As I mentioned at the outset, offshore wind is a critical component of a transition to renewable energies. All of them are great. Solar, geothermal, onshore wind, and even nuclear. I think there are arguments for going down all of these paths. But in our area, where so many people are moving, the type of offshore, excuse me, the type of renewable energy we can develop at utility scale is offshore wind. To replicate the amount of energy that our project will deliver with a solar farm, you would need one the size of Wilmington. That's not going to happen. Onshore wind requires tall mountains, or long stretches of uninterrupted plains where the wind can blow uninterrupted and develop the speed it needs to be profitable at that, or effective at that source of energy. We don't have that here either. What we do have are offshore winds that are consistently strong. Year-round, average 25 miles an hour, which is right in the sweet spot for what an offshore wind turbine needs to be developing, to be generating its optimal capacity. That's what we can do here, really, to save this peninsula and make sure that it is inhabitable and viable for our children and our grandchildren. So that's essentially the prepared remarks. Let me put up, whoops. So that's my contact information. So again, please do reach out to me if you have questions in any of these areas. I'm happy to spend as much time as you like, answer all of your questions, provide whatever information you need. Otherwise, how would you like to handle questions and feedback?
Thank you first, thank you very much. One of the issues I think that has been on people's mind is why Delaware and not Maryland for coming ashore?
So when we were making a decision about where to propose landfall in our plans, we actually looked at every potential point of interconnection within 100 miles of the project. So that really means that locations in Virginia, Maryland, and Delaware were all examined. The problem is, once you get south of the Delaware-Maryland border, the grid gets significantly older, weaker, and undercapacitated, and simply cannot handle the amount of power that our project would be bringing across. The fact that there is already a power plant attached to the facility in Dagsboro is one of the reasons why it is seen as an ideal location to attach. And in fact, it's not just U.S. Wind. Academic studies and government studies have both identified that specific substation as the best point of connection in the area.
Thank you. I think what we're going to do is start with, anybody on council have questions for Mr. Dunmeyer? Mr. Shapley?
Mike, thank you for your presentation. It was very informative, I thought. In the actual agreement, U.S. Wind, use I'm going to call it a middleman, a custodian for the payments, rather than payments directly to the towns. Is there a reason for that?
That's it's a vestige of where we started, in that we had assumed that we would be talking to multiple members of the Association of Coastal Towns, and that we didn't want to insert ourselves in any way in how you would distribute that money. Now, as the discussions have continued, the towns have decided to divvy it up evenly, $100,000 per town. So we've already talked internally and are happy to change that language so it simply says $100,000 to each town.
And the payments would go from U.S. Wind directly to the individual, currently 5 towns.
That's correct.
Thank you. Also, the effective date mentions when the actual agreements are signed by the various towns and U.S. Wind. Is there a practical deadline that U.S. Wind has for when these agreements could be signed, or is it left open? We could sign it 5 years from now.
So U.S. Wind is sincerely interested in being a supportive community partner. And so we want to do this in a way that makes sense for you guys. I have heard in other town meetings, people have suggested, why don't you just wait until after BOEM has rendered a decision about whether to approve the project or not? If the towns wanted to move to something like that, that would be fine. We are moving on your schedule, not ours.
Great. I think that's it.
No, I'm sorry, we're doing this. If you're not from Bethany, the way we do this is we allow the town council members to speak first, and I would ask you to respect the way we do things here. Thank you. You can have questions later, but,
No, she wants to repeat the question. Just repeat the question, they can't hear.
oh, I'm sorry, repeat the question, okay.
Okay, thank you, Mike, again for your presentation. I think it was really insightful. Could you speak a little bit more, I know this is a sort of a personal decision you made from going from sort of an advocate to leading, a key leader in U.S. Wind. Can you speak a little bit more about your personal journey around that?
That's interesting. Sure.
And the reason I ask is I, in another life, worked as a support consultant for agency or a couple companies that were doing onshore wind farm construction. And I was always impressed by their feeling they were making a difference. And that's sort of what I'm getting to a little bit. But if you could just add to your personal journey, that would help.
Sure, thank you very much. So I guess there are two avenues I would fall back on. One is that I was in the finance world for a long, long time. I loved the challenge there, but I felt like I had done everything I wanted to do in that world. I grew up in Dewey Beach. My dad was in the Army. We bounced all over, but I spent pretty much all of my summers in Dewey Beach, and that felt like home to me. I love this area, and I love the ocean. I was fortunate enough to live in Hawaii for 6 years. And I wanted to do something to help that ecosystem thrive. And I had been serving on the board of Ocean Champions, and I was talking to the founder, and he asked me to join him as his partner when I mentioned that I was looking at leaving the corporate world. I jumped at that opportunity because, again, to be able to help the oceans thrive and make an impact in that world was critically important to me, and I loved that. So I did that for a long, long time, stayed on the board, and that allowed me it opened some other doors to be able to contribute, like with the National Aquarium and the Center for the Inland Bays. I'm still active with a local Surfrider chapter. I do the water quality testing in the area because it's very, very important to me. The other piece to this is the local area. So I mentioned my dad was in the Army. I'll really quickly tell a story here. So my grandfather was killed in World War II in the Philippines. And my grandmother took her war widow reparations to buy a little plot of land in Dewey Beach and put a tiny little prefab cottage on it that she saw set up in the second floor of Wanamaker's in Philadelphia for her and my dad to heal. And that place became a touchstone for the entire family, for our extended friend group. It was about 600 square feet, and it regularly slept 30 people. You can imagine the Dewey Beach scene, but this is where everyone went. If you had something to celebrate, it's where you went to feel better about it because it amplified that feeling. And if you had something that you felt bad about, it's where you went to heal. Part of that was the cottage. A big part of it is the ocean, and that's why that body matters so much to me. That cottage and what it has meant to me in my life is why this area means so much to me. It's why I've moved down here full-time 11 years ago, and it's in large part why I'm doing what I'm doing today.
Thank you, Mike. Can I ask one other question? This isn't specifically about the agreement, but you raised something in the overview that, and I'm not an engineer, so I apologize, but as you were talking about where and you were talking about the electrons, how that works, that the real beneficiary is going to be where they come ashore, if you will. And you were talking about Delaware, Maryland, Virginia, right? Because we've had conversation about things going into the grid and, right? But that, to me, can you speak a little bit more about what that means in a layman's sense?
So,
Or as you were talking about the electrons, I think is the way you
yeah, let me get into a little bit more detail about what that price impact really amounts to. So Delaware is a part of a 14-state grid that is managed by a group called PJM. PJM's job is to make sure that supply of energy meets demand all across those 14 states, which means they're moving energy around all the time to make sure that things are covered. Now, the reality is, again, with physics, that it's easier to keep things close to where they're delivered. It's very difficult to send an electron miles and miles away. So, those tend to be subtle adjustments. Now, as they plan for the demand, as you can all imagine, it's fairly predictable. So about 95% of the determinations of which energy generators will be supplying to that PJM grid are made the day before. And the way that that happens is that PJM asks energy generators to bid based upon their marginal cost of energy, marginal cost of fuel, in effect. And those bids are stacked cheapest to most expensive, and they are used in that order. Now, any renewable energy, including offshore wind, our cost of fuel is zero. The wind blows, our energy production works. So we bid zero, as does any solar farm or anything else of that nature. So all of the renewable energy in the stack gets used first, and as you work your way further and further down that stack to fulfill the energy needs of the area, then you get into dirtier, more expensive forms of energy. The more renewables that you add to this area, the more of that dirtier energy that you crowd out. Also, because you're adding zero marginal cost energy and crowding out more expensive energy, that brings down the overall wholesale costs of the electricity. So that's one impact that's in that $253 million savings, is just the effect of zero cost marginal energy coming into the grid. The other piece of that is that energy providers have to maintain peak capacity to be able to, energy is going to run like this. If it's generally around here, it's not the DP&L has to keep that much. They have to keep this much on tap to be ready for when that spike comes. Holding that energy has cost. And when we bring in a whole bunch of energy from the east, and here's where I'm not an engineer, so I can't describe exactly why, but we're bringing in a lot of energy right into this location. It's going to benefit DP&L in terms of their capacity pricing more than other providers that are further away. So that's a supply and demand calculation, again, that's a part of that $253 million savings. So I apologize, that's probably flubbed that a little bit, but that's generally what's going on. Now, the other piece of this is that, as I mentioned, nearly all of our energy is coming down a pipeline that roughly parallels Route 1. Most of our energy here comes from natural gas from Pennsylvania. Now, just like we all see Route 1 in the summertime get all backed up, when you're trying to force so much energy down one corridor, it gets congested as well, and energy is lost. And so if you look at your DP&L bill, you'll probably see a congestion fee. That's a toll we all pay for bringing the energy down that way. Again, when we're bringing in all this electricity from the east, we're not going to have to bring as much down that pipeline. That congestion fee should go away. Now, as I mentioned, that $253 million estimate of savings, the congestion relief is not included in there because it's hard to figure out what that could be, but it should be a savings nonetheless. Does that address the questions well enough?
Yeah, thank you. So it feels like from that the benefits go beyond, based on what you just described, because of the variable costs and the rate difference, goes beyond just the 150,000 renewable energy credits.
Yeah, there should be market pricing based impacts for
So
Delaware
it's
ratepayers
sort of
as a result
both,
of this.
right?
Yeah.
So thank you for letting me divulge it, because this wasn't about the agreement. The agreement itself, is there any history of these in different communities, how they've worked, how they haven't worked, recognizing we're relatively new in the U.S., so we might be leaning on some of our neighbors in other regions? Any history or background of these sort of goodwill, community engagements? Mike, if you could speak to that a little bit.
So I'm not sure how many just purely goodwill engagements there are out there. There are several deals that have happened in the northern offshore wind developments that would be more similar to our agreement that's in development with the state. There are situations where a developer wanted to make a landfall on land that belonged to a municipality rather than to the state, or they needed access to a particular corridor that was in that town, or they needed real estate to do something that they were doing. So there are several community benefits deals in place that are really real estate deals at the end of the day. Whereas in this situation, U.S. Wind is not asking for anything from the towns. There are no leases we need. There's no permitting or anything like that. This is U.S. Wind wanting very much to be a good neighbor. And I'm sure that there are agreements like that with other corporations. I'm not aware of them, though.
So one other question, Mary, if you just would, so at the end of the day, quite honest with you, right, whether we agree or not, the project as you described, right, is going to go forward. Whether it gets accepted, and there's still all the regulatory issues, this has nothing to do with that moving forward or not. It's almost, like you say, a good faith. I mean, I'm trying to be realistic with it, right?
So
No, this isn't the agreement's not a done deal. That's what we're gonna make a decision on. My point is, though, all the other things that you laid out in the project plan and all the other whether it's DOD, NOAA, Denver, all those pieces are gonna move forward. It's completely separate from this. This is really, do you get a chance to engage with us as a good faith community member, to use, the way you termed it? Other folks call it something else, but we'll leave that to that. Those are completely separate, right?
that's
fair?
correct. So whether or not we strike a community benefits agreement with any town in Sussex County, that will have no impact on the regulatory process moving forward. And assuming that all of our regulators do agree to approve the project in some form or fashion, U.S. Wind will be moving forward with it.
Thank you, Mike. Thank you for your questions, your answers. Thank you.
There will be an opportunity for questions, so I please ask you to keep your comments to yourself right now. Thank you. No, don't be, that's okay. I understand.
Thank you, Mayor.
You want to?
Mike, you said the payments are tied to your construction schedule. What is the schedule?
So
I'm not holding you to dates, but what would you like it to be?
right now, the plan, again, we should have our decision about whether our regulators are allowing us to proceed this fall. We would begin offshore construction likely in 2027. And get our first project is the Marwin project, is 309 megawatts, get that in 2007, and then move immediately to 2008 to the Momentum Wind project, which is over 800 megawatts. We would probably begin onshore work a little bit before that, but the first work out in the water would be 2027.
And how long before you start selling power? Because that's the second payment, right?
Yeah, and you can never make promises, but it really should be less than a year between installation of that first monopile and completing that first project and beginning to generate power. It'll take probably one summer to put in the monopile foundations, turbine towers, and turbines.
Okay, anybody else on council? Oh, go ahead, Rob.
Mike, you mentioned that there wasn't a set date that the town has to sign that agreement. How far out does this go? I mean, is US Wind willing to accept us waiting till BOEM is final, or through the environmental impact statement, or until the state's final?
US Wind is, like I said, we sincerely want to do this benefits package with you guys. So we don't want to force any schedule. I think a realistic milestone would be that BOEM decision about the project.
Okay.
And we certainly are happy to wait until then. Possibly later than that, but as we are constantly budgeting and looking at things, I can't promise that the money that's set aside now is always there. But I think a very rational approach is potentially waiting for the BOEM decision.
Okay, thank you.
Anybody else on council? Okay, we usually have more fun than this, but there are so many people, we have to impose a little bit of discipline here. So what I'm going to do, I do want to give people an opportunity to ask questions. However, it's not a comment period. It has to be a genuine question, or you cannot answer it. The comment period is already going to last about 2 hours, so I asked you to please respect the time of the group. If you have a genuine question, not a comment, please raise your hand. Okay, wait a minute. All right. Who has the microphone? Does somebody? Mike. Okay. If you let the short people through in the back so they can give you the microphone. Come up. If you come up front with the microphones, then we can at least see where people are. And over here, Terry, up here in the front. We'll start up here. Mr. Riley in the front.
Thanks. John Riley, member of County Council, and the question I have would be representing the interests of residents that are not in the towns, that are in the county, and there's been no outreach for that, and I'm just curious why.
Yes, the reality is that you need points of contact that you can work with rather than everyone individually. But the deal with the state, I think, would start to get into the benefits of some of those unincorporated areas.
Are you okay, Mr. Riley? Is that? Could you please answer?
I understand the answer. I'm not necessarily sure I'm okay with it, but
Okay.
I understand the answer.
Okay, thank you. And we'll go down the row here, so we don't want people having to run from the front to the back, so if it's all right with you, we'll proceed this way. Thank you.
Hi, Mike. I understand all your rules and everything. I basically want to follow up on one of the questions that they asked about why Delaware instead of Maryland for the project. And I want to know if it's true or false that it's actually because Ocean City won't allow you to bring it in Maryland, and that's why Delaware has been chosen.
Great question, and Ocean City's determination not to let us land there is not why we're not landing in Maryland. It is. Remember, guys, there's also Virginia and areas of Maryland that are not Ocean City. The grid south of us in Delaware it's very weak. And we've run analyses that showed all kinds of what are called grid faults all over the place if we tried to bring that energy onshore in Maryland or really just south of Delaware.
Okay.
Was it true or false that you can't come into Maryland because Ocean City won't allow you?
I actually don't know the answer to where things stand with Ocean City, but again, there are other parts of Maryland that could have been investigated if that was in fact a precursor. But as it turns out, no one ever asked Ocean City to make landfall there because it's just not technically feasible.
Okay. Anybody in the second row?
Hi, thank you. So I had a chance to look over the contract today,
Oh.
and
Oh, you have a question?
I have a question.
Okay.
So my question is that, so U.S. Wind, and I just want to make sure U.S. Wind is a foreign company, not an American company. And so the amount of money that U.S. Wind will be giving to the beach towns, Bethany Beach, seems like a really small amount of money compared to the overall budget. So my question was, what percentage of the what percentage of the Bethany Beach annual budget would be considered like how much the U.S. Wind payments would be? Because it seems like a small amount of money in order to exchange for not being able to have any comments or concerns or complaints about the process that's going on. It's almost like if you decided to hire a builder to build a house and you didn't like the process.
Excuse me, you're starting to
you're
get
not-
into a comment.
Okay, so my question was percentage of the budget, and the other one was reading the contract. U.S. Wind was incorporated in 2023, so I was wondering what's the history of U.S. Wind? Seems like it might be more like a shell company, and what if it goes bankrupt, and then you can't get the payments you were promised?
I can
So-
answer that question. That $100,000 is less than 1% of the budget. Yes.
And as far as the other components of that question, first of all, U.S. Wind is not a foreign company. U.S. Wind is incorporated in the state of Delaware. We were originally incorporated in 2014 in the state of Massachusetts, but changed our incorporation down to Delaware because there are lots of advantages to doing that. It is an American company. We have investors that are Italian, and we have investors that are American, and the money is roughly evenly divided. And many of the companies that you guys know about that are publicly listed companies have huge foreign holdings. This is not unusual. U.S. Wind is an American company. And as far as the incorporation, like I say, we just recently changed to Delaware because it's advantageous to do that. We have existed as a corporation since we acquired the lease area in 2014. And again, our owners are well-established companies with strong backing.
There's a gentleman hiding in back of the tree.
Thank you. Quick comment.
Not a comment?
No, I'm sorry. Question. Apologize.
So now you're reframing your comment as a question to try and fool us?
I don't want to
Jeopardy.
I don't want to get graveled. The agreement sits within U.S. Wind as a liability going forward, correct?
The agreement would be a liability for U.S. Wind going forward?
Correct?
Yes, it would be a contract that we have to honor.
If U.S. Wind went out of business, that contract would be null and void, or in receivership to where U.S. Wind would actually assets go. Yes or no?
I'm not an attorney, and I don't know the answer to that question, but if the project goes forward as expected, the cash flows should be sufficient to support operations as well as this agreement. And of course, U.S. Wind will have all manner of necessary insurance to cover the risks that it would face, and I don't expect us to go bankrupt. There is a provision in the agreement that allows this agreement to carry forward should ownership of that lease area change hands. Again, I don't expect that to happen, but that deals with one wild card. If another company were to acquire this area, the agreement lasts.
But there's nothing in the agreement that transfers the payment option to a third party.
Oh, no, it persists. If another party were to acquire U.S. Wind, they would have to honor this contract as well.
But there's nothing that says that this contract spits out of U.S. Wind to be held by a third party to pay over time.
I suppose you're right on that.
Okay, thank you.
Anyone else in that row? Oh, this woman here? Question.
Question. My question is for the board. This is a draft agreement, and I wonder, is the solicitor reviewing this to make
Yes.
changes to it?
Yes, we're looking at it, and Mr. Dunmeyer explained that they would be taking our questions and our suggestions.
Okay,
Yeah.
because it does seem like a very
Question?
question. Okay, my concern also has to do with
Concern? Now you're into concern? You can save your concern for later. Okay, all right, go ahead. But we are not going to get into comments right now. Was that understood? Okay.
My question is, what kind of financial guarantees does the Bethany Beach have that these payment will be made if there's any kind of financial impairment to U.S. Wind?
It's not, I'll let our treasurer answer, but you know, the same place you've gotten that information talked about this as being a measly amount, and it's not going to affect us at all.
Well, okay.
$100,000 a year is not a huge amount.
Well, I agree. I agree that it does seem like it. I mean, I would not have said that, but since you say it's a measly amount, why
Well,
would...
I say I'm quoting somebody else.
Why would the township give up all their rights to take any
We are not
action?
giving up, have you read the agreement?
Yes, I have.
Okay, it does not say we have given up any right. No, as soon as, oh no, until the construction date, construction is complete, no. Whoa. We can withdraw at any time if we wish to criticize it as a body or as if we wish to bring any type of a suit.
Yes, you can withdraw from the contract and
Right.
then you pay back the last 2 years.
Yeah, yeah.
My question really is, you really do not have any rights. As long as you're part of this agreement, you have no rights to have any recourse against U.S. Wind if you later on feel that there is something impairing the community. And $100,000 does seem like a very small amount to give up that right.
If we didn't feel there was something impairing the community, believe me, we would have withdrawn. This has been on the table since 2014. It's gone through many different agencies. It's gone through a whole host of people, and so far there has been nothing that we have felt has impacted our community. Okay, next question. You can go to the second row. Anytime, yeah.
Thank you. Thank you, Mike, and thank you, council. Appreciate it. 3 questions. Why 100 and not more? 2, the benefit that we're looking at was the economic impact to the town. I get the lower bills, but residents as well, taken into effect. Was it a holistic valuation of benefits? And the third is, who from the state did your team work with to review the financial impacts of fairness and completeness?
So the $100,000 per payment stream, ultimately leading up to $2 million per town, and what we're looking at now would be $10 million across 5 towns. That was just a level that we were comfortable with, and that the towns that we were talking to were comfortable with. We got to that point. It's not based on an assessment of any individual potential impacts. From our perspective, the impacts should be largely positive. And in any case, difficult to measure one way or the other. Our intent here is really to come in and say, We are a coastal business. These are coastal towns. We want to help you. And, as with any business, there are lots of different things that we have to spend money on. We looked at our budget. This was a level that we were comfortable settling into, and really do hope that we can get this done.
Sorry, one follow-up question on the first question. Was that 100 set in 2014, or was it set in 2023?
I believe when Mayor Hardeman was talking about 2014, she was talking about the process around the project itself. This is something that these conversations were 2023, 2024 conversations.
Did the state weigh in on any level of benefit they felt was adequate for the towns?
No, the state's not been involved in these conversations at all. I'm actually not sure that the state was even aware that we were having these conversations.
So my second question, if you recall it, I can repeat it. The overall economic view, the benefits to the state, did it include a consideration for the potential impacts of the town, as well as the residents' value of the properties and things of that nature?
I was not involved in those negotiations, so I don't know. But again, I think that was a discussion about what the state wanted to have and what U.S. Wind was able and willing to do.
So third question is, who from the state was part of the conversation around the benefits that we are espousing?
That I don't know the answer to, since I wasn't involved.
All right, so if we
Thank
could just
you.
get that, that'd be great.
Thank you, Bob. Okay, so we're, yeah.
Hi, my question is for the council.
Can you please speak into the,
Okay, my question is for you. Will the town of Bethany be hiring outside counsel to legally look over this contract to not only protect our town citizens, but actually the state of Delaware citizens?
yes,
So you will be hiring a lawyer outside of to
yes,
review this contract?
you're taking care of that, thank you. Yeah. Could you give it to my friend back? Oh, go ahead, you have a question.
Earlier in your presentation, you made your chart showed that the distance from shore would be 14 miles, and those towers would be 117 feet.
I can provide the details. Go ahead, sir.
I thought it was 14 miles from what I read there. 14 miles from shore would be some of the turbines, and they would be 117 feet high.
No, 197 feet.
Yeah. So.
17 feet.
Empire State Building.
Yeah, so we're looking at two turbine models. One would be 817 feet tall. The other one would be 938. It would be one of those two.
Right. Now, distance from shore on those turbines was going to be 15 to 24 miles, right? It was what 15 miles was on the smaller one, 24 in the bigger one?
It gets a little confusing. So with what we've been awarded today, the distance to Fenwick would be 15, all the way up to the distance to Rehoboth would be 26.
Okay,
If
now
in the full build-out, it would be as close as 11 to Fenwick and 22 to Rehoboth.
Okay, I stand corrected. The point I'm trying to make is that those distances from shore are going to be visible. And you are going to destroy the vision that most people pay $2,000 a week to come down here for to see.
I think we're getting into comments here.
Am I correct in that assumption?
Okay.
That's my question.
So, fair question. We can take it as a question. So yes, there will be visual impacts. Now, I've seen a number of simulations that represent the true experience from the beach. We actually have these simulations for Bethany, and we've brought them here before.
Yes.
They're very, very tiny and hard to see, but I don't ever want to undersell that. They will be there. It will be different.
Is that at the 14-mile limit, or is that farther out?
Well, I mean, at 15 miles, they're very, very tiny. The further away you get, the harder and harder it gets to see them.
Okay.
I think there's a simulation I've seen from the Rehoboth Boardwalk, and I've got to fight so hard to be able to see anything. It's a dot on the horizon. Well, this is ours. But yeah, so, and again, from Bethany, we've got these visual sims. I can bring them back another time if we want to look at.
So the rest of my question here is that if you're going with the ones that are 900 feet tall, you're definitely going to see those.
All of our visual sims show the 938 feet turbines. Everything we do shows or analyzes the option of greatest potential impact, so you could see. Now, yes, there will be something on the horizon that is not there today. I do not think that it will be what everyone expects it will be, but yes, there will be something out there that is different.
So
Personally,
my next question is that at night, you will see the red lights from the top of the turbines along the horizon.
U.S. Wind has stated that we will use aircraft detection lighting system technology, which uses radar to turn the lights on only when low-flying aircraft are in the vicinity around the lease area. And we've gone to a third-party consultant that has done an assessment looking at all of the flight paths over the last 3 years, and it appears that at most the lights will be on a little under 6 hours a year. Now, one of the pushbacks people say is, oh, well, you know, U.S. Wind has an out on using aircraft detection lighting system only if it is not approved for offshore wind. Right now it is approved for onshore wind. It's used there. It's approved for use on towers onshore. It's being used offshore wind in Europe right now. Between today and 2027, we absolutely expect that BOEM and the FAA will clear it for use on offshore wind, and if it is cleared, we will use it. No questions, no wavering on that.
That gentleman over, that woman there has had her hand raised, the red scarf. My friend who keeps wanting to say something in the third row. Yeah.
Sorry, it's really hard for me to keep my mouth shut. I should get a medal for that. It's a long time to wait. I have two questions. First, for you, and then second for the council. The first is, has this project of this scale been done anywhere else in the United States, and has it been successful, if so? And for the council, I feel as though we really don't have a say. So in this project, you don't have a say, we don't have a say. The state has approved that it's going to happen. So if it does, going forward, we have a problem with beach replenishment, as everyone here knows, and we are always at the mercy of DNREC. And we spend all this time and money. Last year, July 4th, ruined because it happened. We have a problem with, and then one storm comes and wipes it all away. And so now we're back to original. So a lot of people have been talking about artificial reefs, burying an artificial reef to change the way that our shore is, and that's expensive. In the article that was posted about your project, it said that each of these monopiles is its own artificial reef. So my question to the council going forward, if this project gets passed and we're going to be in the middle of it, is it possible for us to look into artificial reefs instead of beach replenishment, which never seems to work?
That decision is, correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Reve, but the decision about beach replenishment and what type of project they use is up to the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers.
It's entirely up to the Corps of Engineers.
Yeah.
We have no say in that. We have no say in design, nothing we can contribute that's taken into consideration for replenishment.
Okay.
And there was an initial question about the prevalence of this technology elsewhere. So first of all, I'll say we're kind of behind the rest of the world. Europe has been using offshore wind for 30 years. There are thousands of turbines offshore along various European countries. It's working really, really well. In the United States, at the moment, we have one installation that's off Block Island that's 5 turbines. It's 3 miles from Block Island. And one demonstration project that's off the coast of Virginia, 2 turbines. There are 2 offshore wind projects happening in the New England area that are under construction right now. Those would get to, one is slightly smaller than what our first project would be. The other is roughly the same size. So in Europe, there's plenty of success and operational history with it. In the United States, we're developing that now.
So what's different about this project versus what's occurred in New York and New Jersey?
It's very fickle.
So to the extent that projects have failed in New Jersey and New York, what makes this different? Like, why will this work, and why will all the cash flows that you've projected come true?
So just to clarify, when you say why have projects in New York and New Jersey failed, what has happened there is that developers have backed away from their awards. The projects themselves, nothing has failed in the water. The technology has not failed, but companies have made decisions that they cannot profitably follow through with the contracts that they have. And there is some volatility in the industry right now. Different projects have been affected differently in large environments, so they were a little bit richer, and also were able to set their financing and set their supply chains before we had significant uptick in interest rates and for the cost of steel doubled. So they were fine. They set everything before those costs went up. Projects that are pushed out a little bit further have plenty of time to wait for those macroeconomic variables to reset. It's the projects that are in the middle that are needing to find their financing now and set things up now that are potentially challenged based upon where they struck their long-term power purchase agreement. So in Ørsted's case with New Jersey, they made a financial decision. They'd already invested $4 billion in that project, and they looked ahead and realized that given the revenue stream that they had from their power purchase agreement, they were not going to make money. And so they was just pouring bad after good. So they made a financial decision to step away. In U.S. Wind's case, I can say that our very first project, Marwin, was struck in a less competitive time frame. There is plenty of revenue there for us to do that work, and we are moving forward with it. Our second project is one of those that's a little bit further out, so we have time for things. There's plenty that can happen between now and then, and we're confident that that's going to be fine as well.
The gentleman in the red hat.
In Virginia, a separate wind company had a contract to provide wind farms for Virginia. Virginia required 42% efficiency, and the company pulled out because they could not guarantee 42% of efficiency. That's my first question.
And the question is?
What is the percent of efficiency of these?
So, first, that project is still going forward. But Dominion, which is a utility, that's actually a unique project because it's the one situation where it's the utility that's developing the project and not an offshore wind developer, which creates a whole different view on how the economics of this come together. But my understanding is that they simply wouldn't guarantee that level of efficiency. I don't work there. I don't know what the rationale was, but I don't think they felt it was necessary to do so.
What is the estimated efficiency for the wind farm here?
So our conservative assumption going in is 44%. But if you talk to us offline, we would probably say that we expect it to be better than that.
And how many of these particular 13 megabase or 18 megabase towers are in function in the world?
There are no 18 megawatt towers in the world right now. The ones that are in production, as I mentioned, there's an existing turbine we're looking at. There's a 14.7 megawatt turbine. I believe that's what's being installed in New England right now.
What is the estimated lifespan of these towers?
They're built to last a minimum of 25 years. What we've seen in Europe, though, is that some of those very early projects are still going. They're 30 years and counting. So with proper maintenance, we would expect that these could last well beyond 25 years. But the minimum expectation is 25.
Will they be serviced by helicopter?
No, they will not. We will have an operations and maintenance facility operating out of Ocean City with vessels that will take crewmen out there to do the work whenever it is necessary. We will use underwater robotics at times to do work, but it's basically vessel-based operations and maintenance.
Maintenance on the towers, would that be accomplished by someone going up in an elevator inside the tower?
You've got to climb them. So that's part of the training for this sort of work is learning to work at heights like that, and generally it's a climb.
Okay.
Till you hit the basins.
Hello, hello.
Work? Yeah, two questions. One's, I think, kind of simple. Assuming you get this landing on 3 R's Beach, Can you then resell capacity to Ørsted?
Not to Ørsted, but our agreement with the state of Maryland is that we are expected to deliver a certain number of megawatt hours each year. We believe that we will be generating a significant amount beyond that, which is part of what allows us to give 150,000 RECs to Delaware each year. And I should mention that is guaranteed, those RECs. If for some reason we didn't generate enough electricity to satisfy our Maryland requirements and all the Delaware requirements, U.S. Wind would have to privately procure those RECs and give them to the state. So those are guaranteed. All that having been said, we do expect that we will be able to generate well beyond what our Maryland agreement requires us to do. We can then sell that in what's called a merchant market, so just kind of the open market for electricity.
But my question was more, assuming you meet your requirements, can you still sell excess capacity and enable Ørsted to deliver their electricity through your cable landing?
Oh, no. There are limits to how much electricity, how much any one cable can handle, and it's roughly in the 400 to 500 megawatt range, and the cables that we use will be fully filled up with our own energy, so Ørsted would need to have their own cables.
Okay, thank you. And my other question is, I'm kind of confused here. You presented that while there is a regulatory process going on, there's a couple future public comment periods, for lack of a better term, and then I'm hearing the town council here say there's nothing we can do. This has no impact on us. It seems to me that for $100,000, what you're really buying is the inability of the town to be able to provide any comments on these more open forums on the street.
So we remain accountable to the towns and to folks in the area. There's nothing in the agreement that says that the town could not have a discussion about something that was going on, gather opinions, and that could be maybe something that informs the decision you would make to get out of the agreement.
Right.
Nothing there is precluded. And the other thing that I would say is, again, the towns retain the ability to step out of the agreement at any point if they felt the need to take a position like that.
Well, they have to pay you back, but I guess I'd like to hear the council's comment on that, because
No, I think what we said before was, or at least what I was referring to, was, yes, he's not supposed to make a comment, I'm sorry. But I will answer that. What we were referring to was that...
It's a question. I've heard, and I'm still confused.
The Bureau...
Several councils said there's no impact on the regulatory process. And I'm saying...
Well, the regulatory process is taking place through BOEM and their comment period is over.
BOEM's is over. DENREC will have public hearings that surround their decisions, so there will be opportunity for public comment there. But the comments we made earlier is that at this point, the decision to move forward or not is largely in the hands of our state and federal regulators. There are still processes that people can participate in, though. DENREC will have hearings.
Mike, what level of hurricane will these wind turbines withstand? Level of hurricane?
So the turbines themselves that we're looking at are rated to be able to withstand a direct hit from a level 2 hurricane. Now, as you look back on all of the hurricane tracking that NOAA has done, which goes back to the mid-1800s, there have been 2 hurricanes that as they pass through the latitudes where our lease area is, were category 3. Each of those was far to the east. One was in the 1800s, one was in the early 1900s. For the most part, the storms, when they get up this far north, they have dissipated to level 1 or just tropical storm. But nonetheless, the turbines themselves are rated to take a direct hit from a level 2, and that the foundational components that we will build, we would expect to be fine, well beyond that.
My question is, how deep or how big are these cables coming ashore? 2 questions, maybe 3, about 20, but, and second, you say, with the hurricanes and the winds, we get nor'easters, and I've read that most of these things shut down at 50 miles an hour. Our nor'easters out there, they've had hurricane winds all the time. We get 20 to 40 a year. 2 of them are severe. So to use just hurricanes is not really honest. We get nor'easters all the time. and those things, your estimate's at 44%. I don't see it with all the nor'easters we get, but I'm more interested in how big are these cables?
So
How bundled up are
let me address that first piece. So the industry grew up in the North Sea, which is incredibly windy, stormy, and volatile. And those turbines have done great. Again, a nor'easter is different than a hurricane. And well, and we still function at higher wind speeds than that. I believe it's up to 75, but I don't quote me on that. That's my best guess from recollection. But nonetheless, when wind speeds get super high, the turbines also have things that they can do to protect themselves in terms of facing into the wind, feathering the blades, things like that. It's all a part of how they withstand those storms. If they have to shut down, they would not be. But we've had a buoy out in the lease area for a long period of time that is assessing wind speeds at the heights at which these turbines would sit. And again, this is one of the reasons why this lease area was chosen. That area is great for wind. It is very consistent. And again, you know, it costs a lot to build these things. People don't do it haphazardly. So there has to be a strong belief that you're going to be most of the time in that band where the turbines can be operating optimally and delivering the energy that we need to. And no one is investing money in this if it isn't technically designed to work, and it is. That's conservative. So the cables are roughly, the majority of that is insulation and sheathing. The actual conductor is, you know, much smaller. And we would have one cable for each offshore substation. So right now with the awards, we would plan to have 3 offshore substations. That would be 3 cables coming in. If we built out that last part of the lease area, that would be a 4th.
I live about 2 blocks from here on the ocean side, and I know my kids really.
We can't hear you.
I don't know how to turn it on. Okay. I wonder how many turbines are they planning on putting up between the boardwalk and Sea Colony? Do you know?
Yeah, that's more of an Ørsted lease area question. I don't know. Ours is all south of you.
And so we have no idea of how many will be out there that people can, if they, all the tourists that come, that, you know, pay all this money. And I know on my street, they pay $6,000, $7,000 a week, you know, and they enjoy the beach and enjoy the whale, the, you know, dolphins and everything. You know, the one other question too is that, can U.S. Wind sell ownership to another country?
To another country?
No.
China or someplace?
I mean, you know, any company can be sold, but sales of companies like this go through an approval process. So I saw that memo. I don't anticipate us selling to a communist country.
Whoever hasn't done it before. Excuse me, we're trying to give everyone a chance to answer questions, so let's go through the group once and give everyone a chance who has a question.
As a resident, I just want to know, are we going to have an opportunity to vote for
We
this?
can't
or-
hear you.
As a resident, are we going to be able to vote
Can't
on
hear
this? Oh.
No, that's it's the council's decision. Yeah, thank you.
And I have one more question.
Okay.
Are we going to talk about replenishment?
Could you speak into the
Can we-
microphone?
Are we going to talk about replenishment after this that we can have comments on? So this is about the agreement right now?
Yes.
Okay, so we're going to talk separately about replenishment, right?
Yes, that follows this.
Okay,
Yeah,
thank you.
Thank you. And we hope you stay for that. We will give you a break in between.
I have one question. Mike, can you turn around and put that first slide you had up there with the, all the turbines and all? Come on, Mike, you're getting paid by the hour.
Clearly not well enough, huh? Tell me when.
No, the first one you had there in the beginning, it was all close to that one?
So start with this one. This is the awarded build-out,
No,
and
it's not it.
that's the
That's
full
not it.
build-out.
It was the one with the, they were all showing over top of the beach and all. No? Maybe I was dreaming? But it,
Oh.
but anyway, my question is, you look out over top of the sand and all, you look out there in the ocean, didn't God do a good job?
My question is, how will this impact military security?
We can't hear you.
My question is, how will this impact military security, especially pertaining to the Coast Guard?
So the Coast Guard and the DoD both have seats at the table to approve the process, and if they don't believe that if they believe that the project would negatively impact their ability to carry out their duties, they would not approve it.
Hi. Hello? Okay, good, that worked. Hi. Mike, you talked about 44% efficiency, and I just want to make sure that I understand what that means. Does that mean that the turbines are only anticipated to be running 44% of the time?
Not exactly. So certain wind speeds will generate optimum outputs of energy. So the turbines could be turning, but not at a rate that is optimal. So that 44% would cover times when the wind is either too slow or too fast for the turbines to turn, and times when the wind is turning the turbines, but not at a level that generates max output.
So how do we get energy when the turbines are not turning? Where does it come from, and is it more expensive than the energy that we're getting now?
Yeah, so again, we've got PJM managing the grid, and their job is to make sure that we have all the energy that we need. If the turbines are not turning and not generating energy, then we would just take more down that pipeline that where we're getting all of our energy from today. So having this project out there adds to our energy resilience, adds to our capacity. If it's not delivering optimally, then we have our historic sources to turn back on.
And has U.S. Wind done any studies on what the impact to tourism will be in towns like Bethany Beach? I've read studies that said there's quite a drop-off in tourism should turbines be so visible as they will be very visible from our shores.
Yeah, so I've read all of those academic studies as well. There are several that are what are called stated preference studies. These are where you ask someone, how would you behave if a certain set of circumstances existed, and they opine. The best one that I think is out there is the one that was done by the University of Delaware, and that particular study asked people, it eventually got down to, would you go to a beach would you avoid going to your typical beach if it had turbines, and also asked, would you go to a beach specifically because it had turbines? If you netted out the difference between those two respondents at the distances our turbines will be, it was a couple percent down. It was between 1.5% and 3.5% down. Now, the volatility in tourism dollars is roughly 10% per year, but the third component of that asked a number of people that don't typically take vacations to the beach now and asked them, would you go to a beach that had turbines to see them? 9% said yes. And if you included that, then the overall impact in that study was positive for tourism. Now, there's been one objective study that was done. And when I say objective, so those were stated preference. Revealed preference are objective studies. And there was a study done in Block Island. Remember, the turbines are 3 miles off the coast and very visible, where they looked at Airbnb data before the turbines were there and after. And what they found was that occupancy rates and rental rates were both significantly higher after the turbines were there, meaning overall rental revenue went way up. And what they anecdotally speak to in town is that there are lots and lots of people that are curious to see them. There are businesses running eco tours, taking people out to the turbines just to see them. Head boats for fishing, they're great places for recreational fishermen to go to. I know a lot of people down here that make Block Island a destination now because of that. So the ultimate answer to the question, is that the only objective study shows that it improved tourism. The stated preference studies have shown a little bit of a decline, but the other issue that people need to understand about stated preference studies is they have been shown over time to have serious biases, particularly for politically volatile issues like this, because people answer in a way that they hope will influence the outcome. So at the end of the day, we have to see, but the one proven study showed an increase in tourism.
I hear you. Have you seen the pictures or the renderings on BOEM's website that show what these turbines are going to look like from Bethany Beach and Fenwick Beach? Have you seen those pictures?
We created them, and if you look at each picture, when they did their public hearings, each picture said cropped.
I was there.
Because they took a simulation that we had done, cut it, and expanded it. We asked them why they did that, because it was not showing a true representation of what the turbines look like from the beach, and they said they had just come from doing these hearings in New Jersey, and they use the panoramic simulations that do show the true experience from the beach, and the comments they got were they look too small. So they blew up the pictures that were shown so that people really more to meet expectations than to deliver a true view of the beach.
Well, none of the BOEM representatives at that meeting at the high school said anything like that. They presented those renderings as faithful representations of what we were all going to see. And I think being a U.S. wind company, I'm wondering why, so this is a question, you wouldn't show the citizens of this community exactly what they're in for in a realistic way.
I presented here before and brought those simulations with me. I'm happy to come back again, and I'm happy to meet with you and show them to you.
And I think they might still be on our website.
It's life-changing when you see that. It's life-changing. And, you know, for the council, I would ask, are you not at all concerned about what will happen to the gem that we love called Bethany Beach as a result of the industrialization of the ocean? I mean, for the money that you're being given, why not ask for U.S. Wind to do what's right versus what's easy and push these things far enough offshore that they do not impact Bethany Beach? Why not ask for that?
So if I can just answer that question, it's not an option. We bought the rights to a lease area that the federal government cited. They put it there after going through a long process to deconflict it with other activities like shipping, like commercial fishing, and took public comment. It would be the same as you buying a lot to build a house and then deciding, you know what, I don't like that lot, I'm going to build it over here on the neighbor's lot. You're not allowed to do that. We're not allowed. Our only option is to build in that lease area that we have the rights to. So.
Are you aware that off the Hamptons, where there's a lot of money and a lot of lawyers, they pushed the turbines 30 miles off?
That's not what
With
happened.
all due respect, yeah, that's
not
the case.
That's not what?
That's not the case. No. When lease areas are developed, that goes through a long process, and it begins with BOEM identifying what they call a call area, a massive area where they believe that wind can be developed effectively. But they then go through a process where they take public comment, where they deconflict, where they look at, are there any threatened or endangered species that have critical habitat in this area, and they use all of those processes to winnow down that area. So it starts as a giant area, and at the end of the process, it's much smaller. What happened in the Hamptons was simply the result of the winnowing down of that call area. By the time it was a lease area, it's what was there today. Our lease area, when it was initially sited, was twice the size that it is today, and it extended much further east. But all of the eastern areas were taken out of that, one, because there's a shipping lane there. You can't put turbines in the middle of a shipping lane. Second, because further east, there was a very valuable scallop fishery that existed, and some other issues. So all of those areas were removed Our lease area is what was left. That happens with every lease area development. No lease area has ever been moved after it became a lease area. During the call area process, the shape changes as areas are removed for various reasons.
Do you think that it's right to deny future generations a view of the sun rising over the ocean, unimpeded by wind farm towers, to never see the sun rise again out there in the same way? Is that right?
So I'm sympathetic to that, but as I mentioned early on, I've spent much of my career working on ocean conservation issues, which means for a long time I've been looking at those NOAA flood maps that take into account sea level rise. In our area, sea levels will rise another 12 to 18 inches by 2055. There is nothing we can do about that. You can imagine the chaos that that's going to cause. We're all going to have issues to manage as a result of that. But if sea levels rise beyond 24 inches from where they are today, we will lose 10% of our land. So I am doing this solely because if we don't transition to renewable energy as aggressively as possible and take other management steps, we're going to lose this peninsula. So I very much want my children and my grandchildren to experience Dewey Beach, Bethany Beach, all of these beautiful places and be able to look out on an ocean, period. Because if we don't do things like this, we aren't going to have a coast at all.
So with that said, would you consider lowering the height of these turbines to the height at which they were originally proposed? Because these things have grown and grown and grown.
And with all due respect, ma'am, that's misinformation that's out there. The first time we ever proposed a turbine size was within our construction and operations plan, and it's always been 817 and 938. Now, when the lease area was developed, technology at that time had smaller turbines. That's absolutely true. But U.S. Wind has never changed its story. As we developed that site and did our research, the first time we ever put out a turbine height was when those plans became public in 2022. It's always been 817 and 938. And those are the two we're looking at.
And my last question is for the council. Have you heard that the mayor of Fenwick has said they want no part of this deal, that they are fighting tooth and nail? Fenwick, have you heard that?
I've heard that.
Yes. And how do you all feel about that?
That's her decision.
That's their decision.
Yeah.
Well, they haven't.
We haven't made a decision. No.
Hello? Hello? Can you guys hear me? All right. I was just curious. I mean, just judging by like, you know, the tone of the room, I feel like a lot of people feel like they don't have an option. I think I'm hearing that people feel helpless. I understand that this was going on since 2014, but I guess I think what would help people feel better is if you or me or we are not on board. I mean, did I hear you say that DENREC is basically the only person that can stop this?
Well, POEM, DOD, FAA, Coast Guard, DENREC, et cetera. Those are all the regulatory bodies that have a seat at the table. Well, yeah, the question was asked up here, but does Fenwick have any ability to proceed? Oh. Yeah, so yes, DENREC would have to permit the deal, and then the governor would have to then decide that he wanted to proceed with that approval. So there's 2 steps.
I have several questions. My first is because of the horseshoe crab sanctuary that's out
Sorry,
in the
we can't
ocean.
hear you.
My first question is about the horseshoe crab sanctuary that's right off our coast. It's a 20-mile radius area, which I'm sure you're aware of. I'm concerned about the safety and the viability of the EMF cables running right through the horseshoe crab sanctuary to get to Indian River Inlet and Bay. I'm concerned about Indian River Bay and those cables out there. That's a very large spawning population, probably about 500,000 to 600,000 crabs that spawn there yearly. No studies have been done specific to horseshoe crabs. You specialized in conservation of the environment. Are you not concerned about going forward with no studies done, when in fact a study in Europe showed that brown crabs are attracted to offshore wind EMF cables and do not go looking for prey? They don't go in and spawn. Also, spiny lobsters in the Caribbean were found to hang around cables, underpowered cables in the water, and we have no studies at all, and we have billions and billions of dollars that are being made off of bleeding these crabs, which I'm not.
Is that what's your question?
My question is there going to be any studies done specific to these horseshoe crabs before this is actually started?
So here's what I know today, what we know as a company today. And the first is that the spawning season for horseshoe crabs in Indian River Bay and the otherwise inland bays is roughly May, June, July. And I know because I do the surveys with the Center for the Inland Bays. There will be no construction activity going on in the inland bays area during those months. In fact, nothing at all from I believe April through the end of September. And as you probably know, the juvenile horseshoe crabs will stay in the bay for roughly 8-9 years, and then they start making the migration back and forth from the continental shelf to their spawning areas on an annual basis. When the horseshoe crabs are likely to be offshore, then is in the wintertime, and there will be no offshore construction during that period of time. Now, let's also then frame up the amount of space taken up by cables and things like that. So if we were to fully build out the lease area, so 121 turbines, 4 offshore substations, each one of those foundations has rock scour protection around it, not concrete, just rocks, that is equal to 3 times the diameter of the foundation piece itself. If you added up all of that potential coverage of the ground, you would have 0.04% of the lease area covered. So 99.96% remains sandy bottom, perfect habitat for any of those creatures that are out there today. Now there's been extensive research done on electromagnetic effects on marine animals. And what has been learned, not all marine animals are electromagnetic sensitive. Those that are tend to be receptive to either a 0 hertz frequency or 0 to 10 hertz frequency. And those animals that respond to the 0 hertz frequency do so because they navigate. They use the Earth's magnetic field, which is 0 hertz frequency, to understand where they're going. Those that respond to 0 to 10% or 10 hertz frequencies, it's generally predator-prey relationships because those are electromagnetic fields created by the animals themselves. Submarine cables of any type, and we've got them out there now for transatlantic communications and things like that, they operate at 60 hertz. And all of the lab studies that have been done on electromagnetic animals have shown no response. Standing on the sand right over top of where one was, you might get about 6 to 8 milligauss of EMFs. There are probably overhead wires over here. We're all getting about 20 to 30 milligauss right now just sitting in this room. In front of your laptop, you're getting 30 to 40 milligauss. Your toaster, your phone, we're all around this all the time. Overhead wires are non-insulated. Birds sit on them constantly. So an animal that spends a moment right over top where they're getting 6 milligauss, we would not expect that to be an issue. And the lab tests bombard these animals with 1,000 milligauss impacts, and again, they're not seeing any response. What all of the studies have shown is the expectations of all pelagic animals that are out there, they're never going to come close enough to really be impacted by it. Benthic animals that exist in the along the ocean floor, like horseshoe crabs, like others, they may be around it for a little while, but in situ studies that have looked at animals doing this have shown very few behavioral changes around them. Some I believe it was spiny lobsters, seem to hang out more around the cables than otherwise behaviors would suggest. But the scientists also said in that study that there was a mound of sand and they couldn't tell if they just liked the height versus the cable. It was an unknown. Again, the lab studies have shown no impacts. And if you move a meter or two in either direction, you get to 0. So it's really only over top of that, and the levels are so low as to not be consequential. So our expectation is that this is not going to be harmful, but that is something that we will continue to study when the lease area is developed. And you know, if something happens, then I mean, don't know the answer to that. I think the bigger issue with fisheries at this point is ocean warming and how they all, you know, the colder water species are heading further north away from us.
I think that man in the back has been trying to ask a question.
I'm not done yet. Okay, I'm not. Yeah.
You what?
Well, that didn't really answer my question, whether the study was going to be done before the wind farm is actually started. It should be done before, specific to horseshoe crabs. They've been around for 450 million years, and I don't think we should risk losing them. Okay, and they're nothing like any of these other creatures you're referring to.
Okay.
So that didn't really answer the question. But to move on, Delaware Inland Bays accepted $100,000 from your company, and I think they recently decided to give it back, or they're in the process of giving it back. Was that a good neighbor agreement, and does that also indicate that they could not say anything negative about you, even though they gave the money back, which they probably won't anyway? And does that deter them from doing a study specifically on horseshoe crabs and the possible effect for your company or any other future company, because now they're sort of compromised and biased to the situation?
So we did initially give the Center for the Inland Bays a $100,000 grant to finish their capital campaign for the J Farm Environmental Training Center, something that, having served as a board member on the Center for the Inland Bays, I was very familiar with their good work and wanted to be able to support them, and we thought that was a great thing to do. They, though, after a time decided that the appearance of a compromised situation was improper, and so they returned that. And I completely understand where they were coming from. I believe that they were always independent. I trust the people that work there. They're very good at their jobs. They care very much about the local environment, and I don't think that any amount of money would have changed what they're going to do. But nonetheless, they have returned it. There is no donor-donee relationship between U.S. Wind and the Center for the Inland Bays. And as before, they are free to go ahead and do whatever assessments that they would want to do and fulfill their role as stewards of the bays. And I would expect them to do that. And I guess to your broader question, certainly any organization could go and do this.
Okay, one more question, because I know there's other people. As far as the offer of $100,000 to each town, which only equates to $2 million when it's finished, Nantucket was given $16 million in their offer. So what makes them so much more valuable than our little seaside town? And also, they were promised ADLS lights, and they don't have them. They flash nonstop.
So first of all, the deal itself was one of those real estate deals that I was talking about earlier. The developer needed access to landfall in the municipality. They needed access to rights of way that the municipality controlled. That was a real estate deal, not a community benefits deal. This is a community benefits deal. They're different animals. Let's see. I apologize. Tell me the second part of your question again.
Well, the ADLS.
Oh, the lights. I need to look into that, because you're not going to have ADLS going on during construction. And
The ones that are done are still flashing 24/7.
Well, but again, the system has to be fully operational before that they can move to that. So I don't know that they haven't done that, but I'm not familiar with that project well enough to state definitively that that's the case.
Okay, thank
All I can
you.
say is for U.S. Wind's case, if they are federally approved for use in our project, we will use them.
He was first.
My question goes to environmental remediation. When there's a problem, I mean, these nacelles have 90 gallons of oil lubricating them. That oil has a potential to leak, go into our oceans, and what did we say, 114 of these are going to be out there?
76 with the awards, but potentially as many as 114. Yeah.
So that's quite a lot of oil. And in addition to that,
Also noted we took out 7.
all of the switchgear at the base of these are insulated with sodium hexafluoride, which, as we all know, is a gas we used to use at a gas chamber. What are we doing about environmental remediation about when there's a problem, which there will be because these are man-made? When there's a problem, how are you guys going to handle it?
So each turbine has a couple hundred gallons of petrochemical lubricants, period, across a range of different types. Each one of those has secondary capacity. Should the initial holding containers fail, there's secondary capacity to be able to retain anything that could come out of that up to the full amount that's there. To have any issue of significance, you would need tons of turbines to have massive problems. But these are individual events. So first of all, you've got a long history of this technology in Europe without this seeming to be an issue. We would expect the same thing here. The level of protection continues to get better over time. But as with everything, you hope for the best and plan for the worst. So we have an oil spill response plan, and we have people on contract to be able to respond immediately should anything happen. And you know, we will manage that. But again, if you think about every fishing boat that goes out has about roughly 400 gallons of gas and oil, no secondary containment, and there's many, many fishing boats out there every day. I think this risk is actually far lighter than what we see with the typical boating community. And you know, again, I stand by our desire to do things the proper way and make sure that these turbines are well maintained.
My last question also has to do with environmental, and that is, New Jersey is experiencing a lot of problems with whales washing up on shore. Who do we call when that happens here? Do we call you guys?
Well, probably wouldn't be a good idea since we wouldn't be responsible. Let me address this issue because that's one of the biggest pieces of misinformation that's out there, that offshore wind activities are causing whale strandings. It's just not true. So let me begin by saying that every single death is a tragedy. Every single death is a tragedy. And when you have large charismatic animals like this, of course, it's horrible when this happens. There were 61 strandings in calendar year 2023 along the U.S. East Coast between Maine and Florida. That sounds like a big number, and every single one of them is unfortunate, but it's unfortunately not unique. If you go back to 2007, we averaged 57 whale strandings on the East Coast every year. This is something that happens. NOAA and other agencies that look into this, the Marine Mammal Commission, have long stated and continue to that ship strikes and fishing gear entanglements are what are unfortunately killing these animals. NOAA says that 65% of all North Atlantic right whale mortalities and severe injuries going back to 2017 are from fishing gear entanglements. Another 15% from gear strikes, or excuse me, from vessel strikes. The 61 mortalities that happened last year, all of the necropsies that have come back on those have shown ship strikes to be the cause. So it is not offshore wind. Now, what people have suggested, I can bore the heck out of you with this, but people are suggesting that it is survey sonar that is causing this. And they will say, well, seismic air guns are a horrible thing, and I would agree. We don't use seismic air guns. Those are used for offshore oil and gas exploration because when they do oil and gas exploration, they need to penetrate hundreds of feet below the surface to see if there's a deposit there. We just need a picture of the surface. What we use is much more benign. We use 6 types of sonar, 4 of which operate at frequencies that large whales cannot hear. So it would be the same as someone standing next to one of us blowing a dog whistle as loud as they could. Wouldn't matter how loud it was, we wouldn't pick it up because we don't receive that frequency. 2 of the types of sonar that are used in offshore wind surveys are within the frequencies that large whales pick up on. Both of them dissipate within 30 meters, roughly 100 feet, from the source of the sound to non-harmful levels. Now, every time a survey vessel goes out, a third-party independent NOAA-certified protected species observer is on board watching, and that person controls the show. They have to certify that there are no marine mammals within 500 feet before anything can start. Now, remember, these sounds dissipate to non-harmful levels within 100 feet. So they first certify that the area is clear. Then they begin the survey. At that point, if any marine mammal comes into that area within 500 feet, they shut everything down and nothing starts up again until the protected species observer has again certified that the area is clear. The offshore wind industry operates with great care, and I would say far more care than most other industries, if not all, that I'm aware of. It is not offshore wind that is causing these whale issues. The other little nugget I'll put out there for you guys is the majority of the strandings this year were humpback whales. The majority of those strandings wound up in New York and New Jersey. Just so happens that, again, from ocean warming, the prey species that humpback whales go after, menhaden, are schooling further and further north. And last year, they happened to be schooling right in the middle of the shipping channel for the New Jersey and New York ports. Those ports had 27% more vessel activity last year than in prior years. So you got whales hanging out right in the shipping channel, 27% more activity, and you've got whale strandings. It's, again, if you care about whales, lobby for changes in the operating speeds that cargo vessels should be taking. Lobby for gear changes for commercial fishing. These are the things that have always been responsible for whale deaths and still are.
Yeah, I have questions regarding two things, Mike. My understanding is that the Ørsted projects north of here failed because the federal government pulled funding from them. Is that true or not true?
Not true.
Not true, okay. My second question is, although you might not be feeling the love here, have you gone to any of the individual municipalities, including the county guy's sitting right there in the front row, and have you sought their approval? Like, have you sought the approval? Let's tick them off. Has Lewis given you approval for this project? Not the agreement, just the project itself.
I mean,
Are they in favor of the project?
We haven't asked anyone for approval that doesn't have jurisdiction over approval, but we certainly want to get out and talk to all the people that we can. And my role here is to just put forward factual information, and you guys can decide, what your opinion is going to be from that.
I would just tell the council, it might behoove you, okay, you have kind of like a one-sided story going on here. You ought to try to get the other side of this story.
Thank you. How many more do we have in the back of the room there that we're just going back? We'll finish up you two in the back of the room and then start the comment.
My question to the council, why would you sell us out?
We haven't sold you out. Why don't you ask Boehm and who else? No.
DOD, NOAA, FAA.
I would like to make sure that everybody knows we're not taking a position today on this agreement.
What's holding it up? I mean, you know all the facts. What's holding you up?
We wanted to get input from you. I personally have heard a lot of input about the project itself, the wind farm project, which is fine, but that's not what we are here for today. It's this community benefit agreement and whether or not to accept that. That's what I'm looking for input. The comment that we're selling you out, that couldn't be farther from the truth. It's not a bribe, it's not hush money. But we are not making a decision today. You all realize that, right?
And we're not making a decision on wind farms. That is out of our purview. That gentleman there who's been very patient.
Hello, Mike. Is this on?
Yes.
Hi, Mike. My question is, given the number of, 100 plus of these turbines that are going to be offshore here, probably being the first in the country to do that number, would it be a stretch to classify this as an experiment?
I don't think so, again, because 30 years of experience across the pond with installations of this size and larger. And by the time we develop, there will be several more wind farms in the United States off our coast of similar size. So the technology is well established, well known, and being developed here right along with our project.
Yeah, but wouldn't we be number one on the coastal shore of the United States?
No.
Now, there
with this amount?
Now, there are two projects under construction right now, one of which would be as large as ours, the other of which is close.
One is South Fork off Long Island, and the other is Vineyard off Martha's Vineyard, and they both gone live.
But they're not online
They're both
yet?
they're both transmitting electricity.
All right, is there any way that you can provide, that US Wind can provide us with input, comments regarding the impact that these have, you know, they've been running for how long, but we don't get any feedback? We, you know, as a community, we just like to have feedback.
I think the best thing I could tell you there is hopefully you've got my contact information. Come up. If not, come up and get a card. We can talk anytime, and I will carry your comments back.
Thank you.
What's your pleasure? I think there's just one person left here. Oh, okay. All right, and those are the last two. You what? Anybody who hasn't asked a question, and who hasn't asked a question, this man hasn't.
So I live about a mile from
Can you
Three
talk,
R's
speak into the microphone, please?
I thought I was. I live about a mile and a half from 3 R's Road. Have I missed the opportunity to comment on where the cables come in? Or is that up for DENREC yet?
Yeah, you've missed the federal opportunity for comments, but DENREC's opportunity will come up. And I will, as I have done throughout the project, whenever comment periods come up, I let all the towns know. I know that they send it out to their mailing list, so, you know.
Do you
the
know when
information will be out
that
there.
might be?
It's not scheduled yet, but I will put out the information when it is.
Who will put the information out?
I will get it to all the towns. It'll also be on BOEM's website, you know, and you can kind of
You also
check that out when needed.
What is the height of the towers across the pond that are operational at this point in Europe?
There are a range of generations that are out there. So some of them are 300 feet. I don't know what the tallest ones are. Those are the first ones that were out there. But they're still building now, so they'll be building them as big as we are.
But there's none operational at this point. There's no 800, 900 foot towers operational in Europe?
I would have to get, I don't know for sure, but I will get that answer. I'll get it back to the town and they can post.
So back to his point, it's kind of an experiment.
Well, I disagree. And
But
again,
you don't have any operational towers right now, correct?
Yeah, in Europe.
Of that
that are, my first response is I need to check. There are towers being built in the United States right now that are that height. So we will know soon. As we mentioned, that's Vineyard Wind and South Fork.
And they're both ocean projects?
Yeah.
One windmill went online about 3 weeks ago.
And how are they doing? Well, I'd like to say that we kind of got an experiment going on, don't we? Because we don't know.
If this program is such a win-win-win for everybody, why does you have to pay the towns money? And then have to ask the town, aren't you concerned, like the point that you brought up about another town, the view or the look of taking money, the perspective of it? I mean, I don't understand. It's a win-win-win. I have heard nothing negative about it. So what do you have to pay the town for?
Well, it's not at all unusual for a company to come into an area and support activities in that area. This happens all the time. Community benefits are something that many companies do in many places, and this is US Wind wanting to be a good neighbor. But you're right, where there's nothing that we are asking the towns for. We want to help support them.
But my question to the town is just like, aren't you concerned about the perspective of taking the money if it's such a win across the board?
It's not, it's not preventing us in any way. We can give it up whenever we want. It's not preventing us from,
What's the money for?
what's that?
What is the money for? He says a good neighbor, but what for? What's the money for?
Are you asking how would it be used?
No.
Or
Why give money? Why exchange money?
Again, this is
They don't have
a
to.
normal thing that corporations do. If they move into an area, they want to help support the area. And this is, again,
You're supporting the area by it's such a win-win-win across the board as you're being promoted.
also correct.
We have this woman up here in front who wants to ask a question. I know, you need a microphone. Wait a minute. Yeah, she's coming up. Give her a moment. We're not, we're going,
Am
okay.
I on? Is it on?
Yeah, I know she
Huh?
will. She's trying to.
Hi, Mike. About a year ago, you told me that when I questioned about the migratory route of birds and the windmills being in their direct path, you told me that birds fly around the windmills. Those were your exact words. And since then, I've done some research, and there was a company somewhere in the U.S. fined $8 million for killing bald eagles. There is a
wind.
company in Europe that is just being shut down for golden eagles. And I'm trying to think, there's one more. But anyway, so I would like to know if you are willing to correct your statement. And then I would like to speak to you about the take and those numbers.
Would love to, because there's a huge misunderstanding about what that term even means. So first of all, let me just clarify what I said to you then and what I will always say when asked this question. So the concern about birds and offshore wind is significantly overstated. All of the migratory birds that use the Mid-Atlantic Flyway fly much closer to the coast than where the wind farm is. So those birds will not be interacting with where the turbines are. These birds are on long migrations. They sleep overnight on land. They're not going to fly 15 miles out and then come back. You can look at the maps. Audubon Society has this. They fly closer to the coast. Now, there are marine birds that do live out in where the lease area is now. Every 2 years, we do a new round of studies to see what types are there, in what numbers, when, and we have charts in the construction operations plan showing you counts of birds by species, by month in the lease area. The headline is that on average, it's an 80,000 acre area. On average, there are 15 birds there. Now, what I also told you is that in Europe, the studies that they have done there have shown that their marine birds do typically avoid wind farms. Why? Because when you're out on the ocean, there are no other obstacles blocking your view that would prevent a bird from seeing that there is something up there. They tend to just go around them. So the expectation again here is that this is really not a risk. Now, importantly, the Audubon Society, which I think we would agree is pro-bird, right? The Audubon Society has endorsed offshore wind because they have said, rightly, that climate change will kill 2/3 of all North American bird species. Okay, the Audubon Society doesn't know what they're talking about, sorry. So yeah, that is exactly what I told you then, and that's what I'm telling folks now. That is the truth.
Okay, well, I would urge everyone to look at the actual migratory maps across the wind lease areas, because they do cross. And also, I would like you to explain, and because I hear this and I hear people, they don't understand what take means when you are allowed to take certain species, and that means to harm or harass or kill. And it is actually 30%, 1/3 of any named species. So when you are naming a whale species, you can kill 1/3 of them. If you're naming, say, a flounder, which I don't think it's on there, but just say, you can kill 1/3 of those
species that are estimated to be in that area. And a question I have is, exactly when are these estimates made? Are they made during the migration time of the certain species of whales, et cetera, or are they made off-season?
So first of all, again, with all due respect, it's a complicated thing, but you've stated it so far off the map from what it actually is as to be, well, you're not even close. So we request, and I guess let me first of all take a step back and say, so what this lady is asking about is a incidental take permit that is public at this point that U.S. Wind has to file. Now, this is not something that is unique to U.S. Wind, and it's not something that is unique to offshore wind. Really, any offshore activity, including scientific surveying, has to request an incidental take permit from NOAA. It's just what you do. And in this situation, we do studies and we identify how many of each species of marine mammal is likely to be in the area when things are going on, and have to request how many of those could possibly be a take. Now, a take does not mean harm or kill. It is actually more of a reporting function. So I plan on getting certain questions. So let me show you how this all works. So as I mentioned, maybe I didn't mention, we will only do construction offshore in months when marine mammals are least likely to be there. So that's the first risk mitigation, this whole thing. So that means generally summertime offshore because the whales tend to be here in the wintertime. The second thing is that all of our vessels will be operating at speeds of less than 10 knots per hour when they're out there, so that we have less chance of any kind of vessel strikes. Third, again, the NOAA protected species observers are on board for the construction process, and they drive the entire thing. They use visual and acoustic technology to enforce several zones around where that activity is taking place. So if there's pile driving of a monopile foundation happening right here, and by the way, we can only do one per day. We can only do them when visibility is such that the protected species observers can do their job. You can't do more than one at the same time. You can't do them sequentially. One per day. It takes about 2 hours. Now, large whales can experience problems with sound that is above 160 decibels. So between here and here, the sound is actually from here to here, it's, okay, sorry, it's been a while since I went through this. So sounds above 180 decibels have the potential to injure. Sounds above 160 decibels have the potential to change behavior. The behavior change typically means that they will leave the area. They will move away from the sound. That's the behavior change that usually happens. So there is a shutdown zone that is established, and the sound will dissipate below 180 decibels from here to here. Outside of this, it's below 180 decibels. Outside of a clearance zone, it's under 160 decibels. So the marine protected species observers will first of all use visual and acoustic technology to determine that entire, and in our situation, it's going to be a 5-kilometer clearance zone and a nearly 3-kilometer shutdown zone. They first have to certify that there are no marine mammals in that area. Then, when we begin the pile driving, we start with something called a soft start, which is tapping rather than hammer striking at a level that produces sound but not harmful. They do that for 30 minutes. That gives any animals that are outside of this 5-kilometer area that can still hear it time to get even further away. Then the actual full-on pile driving will take place. The NOAA protected species observers continue to do their job. If any animal comes into the clearance zone, they continue to monitor it, and if it comes toward the shutdown zone, they will shut everything down before that happens. Remember, this is where there's the potential for injury. And again, based upon habit, we would expect an animal that came in here to turn around and leave because they move away from that sound. In any case, if an animal comes into this clearance zone, that counts as take. The NOAA Protected Species Observer reports it. So if we have the ability to have, 100 take of one species, that just means they showed up and they left. It doesn't mean that they were harmed in any way. And that's what's referred to as level B take. Now, if for some reason an animal got inside the shutdown zone, it is immediately shut down, but that's then reported as level A take. Again, that animal in all likelihood is fine, but we report it. So take does not mean kill, take does not mean injure. Take has to do with enforcing these zones that are set up, again, to manage and mitigate the risks and make sure that nothing happens. Now, we will be reporting this process throughout, but that incidental take permit is just the setup for how many times something can happen where an animal comes in here before the project would be shut down.
So will you be using the bubble curtains that the North Sea is using?
That's, yeah, thank you for reminding me. So we will also be doing two things, bubble curtains, double bubble curtains, and physical sheaths that will reduce the sound another 20 decibels.
Because it does affect the porpoise and dolphins so much they have to come up with a bubble MIE.
Well, again, this is just sound dampening technology, and it's, bubble curtains are required. We're also going to use physical sheaths again because we want to approach this very carefully.
Okay, we have the last question here.
Report that they are taking, that there's comment period right now for the taking assessment, right now for your company.
And the marine mammal permit, the incidental take, yeah.
Yes, why don't you be transparent and share that website with everyone?
I actually don't know, but I'm happy to get it to the town and they can report it out.
Oh, yeah, but a lot of misinformation.
All right, we've been here 20 years, and historically, this is not the first time the town has gone through viewing this and considering it. It was around 2007 we did so, and it was pretty thorough. DENREC was very open, and I cannot remember the name of the company, but it was legit, and it was very open too, but we walked away from it. And I think maybe we sort of look back and see why we did that at that point, the feelings of the town. My other comment here, question, but I have to do a little comment first just to say I have family in this, working in these companies, families, members. Isn't it true that in Europe, they are walking away from this type of energy because it is not cost effective, it is dangerous, and the parts are not renewable. They are not. And so are we sort of going into something that we cannot handle long term? But I hope we look back and see why we walked away from it before.
I think Mr. Gravier can address that more, but I think that was when they were, it wasn't Ørsted, it was Blue Water
The
Wind.
company was the company was Blue Water Wind.
Yes.
And what they wanted to do was bring cable ashore in Bethany Beach and run down Wellington Parkway. That's what the council rejected.
Different, yeah, that was different. No, it was. Oh, at the end, I think they went bankrupt. And they sold the lease, basically, that lease was sold to Ørsted.
But to answer your question about what Europe is doing, Europe is actually looking to double their capacity. And we know this because some of the installation services that are needed to do this, we can't get right now because they're working on those projects. So there's still a huge appetite for offshore wind in other parts of the world.
Okay, this is the last question before we go into comments.
Hi, could the board members raise their hand if they support this so the community of Bethany Beach knows who supports it and who doesn't?
We're not
Just by
voting
raising
today.
your
I'm
hand.
sorry, we're not voting today.
I just want to know if you support it. I'm
Support-
not asking if you're voting for it.
Support what?
Excuse me?
The agreement.
So what do you support the wind farm?
We're not voting today.
Okay.
Last question. There it is.
That was the last question. Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Dunbar.
Thank you all so much for your time and great questions. Appreciate it.
Yeah. Okay, we're going to start now on the comments. And since this is a Bethany Beach issue, we're starting with the people from Bethany Beach who signed up. And the first person is Bob Rush. Okay. Tim Hines.
I asked my question, but I guess my comment would be
A question, okay.
my comment would be is if they signed it up, it should be
Okay. Tammy Hines.
we should be advocating that.
Okay. John Foreman. Oh, okay. Okay, Chip Smith. Over here. And if you would go to the microphone, identify yourself and your address in Bethany Beach, please.
Thank you, Mayor and Town Council, for holding the meeting. Thanks for Mike Dunmeyer, wherever you went to, for giving us a good presentation. My name is Chip Smith. I live at 428 Wiegand Lane in Bethany Beach. I'm retired now, so I pretty much live there full-time. My wife has a year to work, so she's still in a condo in Virginia, and we go back and forth. We've been here since 2009. I'm going to limit my comments to the agreement and not get into comments on wind farms. I urge the mayor and the town council to support the agreement and consider signing it. That may be a shock to some people in this room, but the way I look at it, it will establish a cooperative relationship between the town and U.S. Wind, a partnership for sharing information and resolving issues in the future. That's number one. Number two, it'll provide funds that the town can use any way it chooses. And there's a whole list of things that could be done. Some are in the agreement. Others are things that certainly the community can help you think of. Flood and stormwater issues, infrastructure, resiliency, habitat, all sorts of things. And the town will get to choose how the money is used. I know there's been concerns about this being a bribe and this being taking away your ability to object. I disagree with those. I don't think it's a bribe. I think it's a good community effort, reach out action on the base by U.S. Wind. It's a way for them to show that they're serious about trying to help the community. And the way the agreement is written, you can pull out if between now and the construction date, if studies by BOEM or DENREC show that there are problems, you can pull out of the agreement, no penalty, and do whatever you would like to do. Citizens like myself, if I personally decide I oppose the project, I can still complain. I'm not constrained by this agreement. Secondly, if you do spend some of the money, well, of course, then you'll have to pay some of it back. But I think there are enough protections in the agreement. I also have pretty good faith in BOEM, NOAA, NIMS, the Corps of Engineers, and EPA, that they're going to do the right regulatory thing here. And if they decide to go ahead and permit and approve this project, I feel confident that's the best we can do to make sure that our environmental interests are protected. And the last thing I'd like to point out is I like looking towards the future on this. I think the one observation that I heard today that really resonated, if we don't do something to get away from fossil fuel and try to improve our flooding and climate change situation, we may not have a town. So given the choice between a toothpick on the horizon and knocking down entire mountains in West Virginia for coal, I'd pick wind farms any day. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Smith. Do you have a written statement too that you could? Yeah, thank you. Oh, that's okay. Thank you, Chip.
Thank you, sir.
The next person, Maria Dawson. And if you could identify yourself and your Bethany Beach address, please.
Maria Dawson, 603 Paget Court. I just want to vote on this. I think this is an important enough issue for the town, the town residents to be able to vote on, and not just the council. So that's what I have.
Thank you. The next person is Pam Foreman. No, if you would wait until, yeah, please, thank you very much. We want to make sure we catch everything you say. No, thank you very much.
I'm at
at 212 Fifth Street, I've been a homeowner for 35 years down here. I've seen so many of these meetings happen in the off-season, and people aren't here to know what's going on. I personally think it's terrible that this happened between the last Christmas and New Year's. I just think you guys need to be more transparent and let the town decide,
Thank
not
you.
the council.
Thank you. The next person is Tom Fowler.
Sorry, I've got reading glasses on, so walking with them is a pain in the you know what. My name's Tom Fowler, 303 Azalea Court, Bethany Beach. I'm urging the council to not sign this. I think it is a form of bribery. That's maybe not the word you like, but I think it is because they are saying, once you sign it, you can't come out negative against them. And frankly, I think it's just a little more integrity than that. You know, just if you guys like wind, great. If you don't, don't. You don't need to sign anything. Voice your opinion. If you guys decide unanimously that you are for wind, then you could say, you know, the town of Bethany Beach is for wind. But if you accept $100 grand, it looks like you're saying town of Bethany Beach is for wind because we got paid. And Mr. Meyer, or Mike here, he used to work for Center for Inland Bays. They got paid. He left and went for U.S. Winds. Your director, Chris Basin, he left, went for Orsted. Center for Inland Bays down in Maryland, director, left, went for U.S. Wind. All those environmental firms got money. Once they got money, they changed their tunes. I also have a list here. This is from Save the Right Whales. Conflict of interest. This is all the money that wind farms have donated to just close by, and it's all environmental groups. So when he talks about Audubon Society saying, hey, it's okay, well, they've been paid. Everybody's been paid. U.S. Wind gives $11 million to launch offshore wind research to the University of Maryland. I could go on and on. It's just, it's outrageous. I've looked at Orsted too. They're spreading money around all up and down the coast. And there's only one reason for that, to buy influence. If wind is so great, why do they need to do it? It's great. It works for itself. Hey, let us show you. We're a stand-up company. We're going to go out and build it without taxpayer money, which they're not. We all know how that works. We'll go out and build it. If it starts working, you buy our energy. There you go, right? That's how it really should be in the real world. We know there's all these things going on, but you guys have a choice. Have a little integrity. We don't want your money. And if we like wind, we can still come out and say we like wind. If you don't, now you're free to say it. If you take the money, you're not free to say it until you say we're out of the contract, which would make them look foolish anyways, and everybody would look foolish. So that's all I got to say. And frankly, on the record, I am against it.
Thank you very much. Despite the fact that you can withdraw any time. Peyton Cross? Oh. I think he left. No. Yeah, Joy Knox? Okay. All right. They're all done. Okay. Okay, Anne? Yeah. Please wait until you get, yeah, thank you very much.
Hi, I'm Ann Sackale. I live at Tower Shores, 1/3 of a mile from 3 R's Road and the potential onboarding of the cables. We've heard a lot about green energy today. I don't think anyone could be against clean energy. However, there is so much about this project that is not green. And, you know, I won't get into all the ways that it isn't green, but if you dig below the surface, you will see. In terms of this agreement, the impact on our community, the impact on tourism, the impact on jobs from tourism, the impact on property values is unknown and is very troubling. And there is no way to know. This is an experiment. And unfortunately, once this is done, it's done. It's changed forever. There's no going back. We can't say, oh, this was an experiment that failed. This was not good for our community. There's no going back. This is irrevocable. So Bethany Beach should be cherished. People have said to us, you know, we said we're invested in this area. They've said to us, so what's in Delaware? You know, they never heard of Delaware. It's a state you drive through on your way to wherever. And we're like, no, Delaware is better than the Jersey Shore. Delaware is better than the Outer Banks. Bethany Beach is a gem. It's a jewel. And you sitting here are the stewards of that gem and the stewards of that jewel. And we ask you to, I know you take it seriously, but you really have to take it to heart, because signing this agreement is basically saying that you are, you know, you won't make any waves, no pun intended. You won't say anything against this. But yet, we have no information and no knowledge of how this is really going to impact our community. These wind turbines are not little dots on the horizon. They aren't. They're going to be a whole lot more visible than that. And I'm very, very worried about how that's going to change our community. Not just homeowners, property values, tourism, people loving it, but also our neighbors in the sea, how they will be impacted. Going through the Indian River Inlet, really? I mean, the driving force here is not green, it's the bottom line. Please, don't sign this agreement. Don't change our beautiful, wonderful gem of the Delmarva Coast.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. John Oliveira? Okay. Mary Harris? Mhm.
One thing I think for sure is that the
Could you,
council,
could you identify yourself and give us your address, please?
I'm not in Bethany Beach.
That's all right, we need your address.
Okay, I'm in Millville by the sea.
What's your did you give your address?
33805 Oglethorpe Lane.
Thank you.
I truly believe this is serious enough that a vote should be taken by the residents so that the representatives of the people know what we want. And my other thing, my question to you is, how do you make your money? And you're investing a tremendous amount of money. At what point are you going to make money?
So U.S. Wind only gets paid based upon the energy that we deliver. And in terms of the economics of offshore wind, almost all of the costs are upfront. It's relatively inexpensive to maintain over time. But given the substantial cost upfront, it does take some time to actually reach break even. But again, it only happens if we're generating power. I'm not sure how else I can answer that question.
And if your expenses go up, then the cost of energy goes up.
Well, the pricing is actually locked in for 20 years. That's part of the agreement. And the way that offshore wind comes around right now is because the projects cost a lot up front, no one wants to build them on spec. If I just stand up. So a state will typically have some kind of power purchase agreement, or in our case, an offshore renewable energy credit agreement, which is, again, more like a power purchase, where the state has established a price point for that energy over time, and that gives a level of certainty to investors looking at the project that you've got all of your risks about whether or not you would be successfully permitted, and of course if you're successfully permitted, then successfully installed, but if you are, then we know what the revenues are going to be, and that level of certainty allows some investment dollars to come in there. That's just the way that the system works. And it's a competitive bidding process where low bid typically wins, so that's what tends to drive prices down a bit. That's the structure of offshore wind pricing.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mrs. Harris. W.J. Murphy? Claire Marino?
My address is 32559 Blackwater Road, Frankfort, Delaware. My great-grandfather was stationed in Bethany Beach for training during World War II, and some of my family and friends have lived in this beautiful area for many years. The implementation of offshore wind farms will destroy our military security, coastline, wildlife, and this area overall financially, as people will go elsewhere instead of staring at the dangerous monstrosities instituted under the guise of environmental concern. What is the initial cost of the wind farms and the reoccurring maintenance fees? Windmills provide inconsistent energy contingent on unpredictable wind. The proposed windmills are detrimental, and as they deteriorate, they collapse back into the ocean, causing further pollution. I understand times are changing. This is evident with the influx of new residents and tourists. However, not all changes are beneficial to our coastal towns. Some things should not change. This is a significant issue that should be decided by we the people. If you truly care about this environment, I ask that you stand steadfastly against the application of windmills along our coastline. Thanks so much.
Thank you. Do I have your copy? Oh, you did? Okay, thank you. Andrea Cugliano. Oh, sorry.
Hi, I'm Andrea Caggiano. I'm a landowner here in the town of Bethany Beach.
What
and
is your address?
I'm a landowner here. I own the land that the Bethany Beach Post Office is on, the
Okay.
property next door here.
Okay, thank you.
Sedona's Restaurant.
Okay.
I reside in Ocean View on the Indian River.
Okay.
38693 Burbage Lane, Ocean View is my residence.
Thank you.
My earlier question was to you that you're going to definitely seek outside legal counsel before signing this contract. And you said, yes, you are going to seek that. Obviously, I'm opposed to this. I beg of you not to sign this until we have the information from an outside source on this legality of this contract. What you're signing off on is going to affect the entire state, not just town residents. It's going to affect all of us. Mr. Dunmeyer mentioned Block Island, and he's mentioned our cables being buried so securely. Block Island's cables were exposed, and $30 million later, the residents had to pick up that price. Does this contract kind of say that information, just not specifically? This is the things we need to know. So if there is a fault, we are allowed to speak up, and we aren't charged for the fault of the foreign or newly United States company. So with that being said, as far as also with the studies on these EMF cables that Mr. Dunmeyer is trying to explain to us, NOAA, BOEM, ROTA, the National Wildlife Fisheries have all stated in their environmental impact statement that these subsea cables are unclear of what they're going to do to our ecosystems. I mean, Boehm even at the high school gave us out this form and showed us the animals that are impacted. 100% magnetic sensitive. Every shark known to man. So what are we gonna do when you guys sign off on this and then all of a sudden, you know, we can't get in the water because maybe the sharks are affected, but we can't say anything now because you've signed that contract. Please, please do your research. Please listen to your town. Please listen to your residents in our state before you jump to this.
Thank you.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
Steve Amato?
Oh, I'm sorry. When can we expect to see that outside and law firm?
Oh, I don't know. I don't know.
Will you give us the town or give
Yeah.
an idea of, because I know you're going to wait for Bowen's impact statement.
Mm-hmm.
So
Okay.
I'm sure you'll have that done prior
Thank you.
to the impact
Yeah,
statement.
thank you. Steve Amato? Chris Connolly?
Hello, my name's Chris Connolly, 36508 Old Mill Road, Ocean View. I've lived in Ocean View for 20-some years now. I'm a local mechanic. Things do break. You know, it's a fact of life. You know, and I want to thank you for having this meeting. I want to thank you for allowing me to attend. The only way you all are going to fix this is voting. So that's my comment. You can't fix this without a vote. You have to vote in November and vote Carney out of office.
Thank you. Carolyn Grobe? Okay. Bill Hawk?
I want to thank you for allowing me, a non-resident of Bethany, to talk to you about what I feel about this, the whole issue of wind farms.
Could you just give us your name and your address, sir?
Okay, my name is Bill Hauk. I live in Ocean View, Bay Forest to be exact, 28710 Flicker Court, Ocean View. The problem, I sit here and I shudder to think that they're going to put these things out there in the ocean. For 10 years, prior to moving here in 2014, we drove up, my wife and I drove up this road right here, and wanted to live in this community or around this community because we loved the area so much. Finally, things happened, and I retired and got a chance to actually buy a piece of property here. Not in Bethany, unfortunately, but I do love the amenities that this town and its surrounding areas have. And one of the biggest things we have is the tourist business. And when you put wind farms out in the ocean that are going to be running lights, and he may think you can turn the lights on and off at will, I'm sorry, I don't believe the FAA is going to allow them to do that. But anyway, that's his stick. I don't believe it. I was in the airline industry and the aviation industry for 20-some years. So I know what it means to have things like water towers and other towers in the way of an airplane. The question is when the amenities start to deteriorate is when you're going to start losing the tourist business here. And when the tourist business goes, the restaurant business goes. And then when that goes, the more tourists go. So when you make this decision to take this bribe that he's giving you, don't do it. Think of the future and think of what you're doing to this tourist industry in this town. Thank you.
Ann Savina?
My name is Amy Seaman, and my address is 1203 Edgewater House, Bethany Beach. I've been a resident here for about 6 years, and we moved here because of the beautiful, spectacular ocean views, and the tiny town of Bethany feels so quaint, and everybody's very friendly, and we just wanted that small town feeling, so that's what brought us here. And I just think Sea Colony, which is basically, in my opinion, a large revenue bringing in for this whole town. A lot of those people that own over there rent almost year-round because that's how they can afford their mortgage, because they're second homes. I think they're all going to go under because people aren't going to be able to pay for $7,000 a week. Maybe they'll pay them $3,000. Their mortgages will be upside down because I think their real estate value is going to go way down, more than $100,000. I don't know where you're getting that number. When you've got a home that's worth over, say, $1 million, $1.5 million, you're probably going to go down $300,000 or $400,000 easily. If you're on the ocean, if you live over off the coast, maybe 10 miles in, maybe you won't be affected. But if you're ocean front and you've got a beautiful home on the ocean, good luck selling it when these turbines go out there. And that's all I have to say. I think most of the majority of the people in this room are against it. That would be my guess based on the comments we've heard. But I think if Sea Colony goes under, Bethany goes under, like the previous gentleman said, there'll be no tourism, there'll be no restaurants, there'll be no revenue, and it will be a ghost town. And that's what you're going to get. So go for it.
Thank you. B. Newcomer? Okay, thank you. Amy Seaman? Okay, thank you. Michelle Parsons? Parsons?
Can I take her question?
Please, would state your name and your address, please. Does she know you?
Yes, she asked me to ask.
Oh, okay.
Sorry, Mary Bustler for Michelle Parsons. My address is in Ocean View, Delaware, 28706 Flicker Court. I'm Bill's neighbor. My family's owned property in Bethany Beach since the 80s, and I last spring sold my Bethany Beach property, and I purchased oceanfront in South Carolina because, as of my knowledge, they're not considering this offshore wind. So my question, Michelle's question, is what can we, the people, do to stop U.S. Wind from erecting these wind turbines off of our shore? Yes. That's her question.
So the simplest way to answer that question is that the approval process is in the hands of the regulators. That's principally BOEM. In the state, it's DENREC. DENREC will have comment periods, and you're welcome to participate in those, and certainly you could reach out to BOEM if you felt necessary, although their public comment periods have closed.
So there's nothing else we can do.
Not that I'm aware.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. The name next is James Costas.
Hi, my name's Jim Costas. I live in the Salt Pond, 416 Canal Way West. Actually, Bethany Beach touches my backyard because we live on the Loop Canal. First of all, I want to commend the council. I thought it was pretty gutsy of you guys to hold this today. You don't have a lot of people agreeing with the project here. Not that you are agreeing or disagreeing. But I don't know if you can find a jurisdiction that did agree to these projects. And I was a little disappointed when I asked Mike, is Mike there? You know, did you talk to the county guy? Well, you haven't. So why not? You know, I live closer to the ocean than a lot of people in Bethany Beach do. And it's in the county. So I don't know why the county's getting nothing out of the deal to begin with. But let's talk about the deal. I think it's good that you're talking about the deal ahead of time but I'm not so sure you should be talking about accepting a deal where there's no contract. I got my notes written out here, and of course my phone just went to sleep. You know, Ocean City, by the way, you didn't know, the Ocean City mayor, a year ago there was a big symposium at Indian River High School. And at that thing, the Ocean City mayor said explicitly that he did not want those, that was the Orsted project, I believe, maybe, but he did not want any wires coming into his town. He forbid it. Even though on the Orsted contract, he was going to get all the power. And I don't know why even Delaware would have even considered that deal. This is a different deal, I understand. But nonetheless, you know, unfortunately right now, I would just tell you that since you can't, if you can find other jurisdictions that love these wind towers, take them. I spent 20 years in the military. I can tell you that noise and light travel unbelievable distances at nighttime. You will hear them, even if they're only going at, you know, at my house, I can hear the ocean every night. I'm a mile from the ocean. These towers, go to West Virginia and you can hear them. You can hear them from miles away. And they have mountains full of these things. So, you know, just consider that. Anyway, it's all in the hands of faceless bureaucrats right now, people we don't know. But you're the people that are elected by this city, and because we live nearby, we have to depend on you for quite a bit. And that's why we come to your meetings. So I hope you take charge here and realize that not too many of your constituents want these things. And I hope that affects your decision.
Thank you, Mr. Costas. Diana Harris.
So my name's Diana Harris, and I live at 9742 Golf Course Road in Ocean City, Maryland, and I appreciate you letting non-residents speak.
I point out that not every community does that, so thank you.
South Bethany let me do it too, so you guys are quite nice. I just have some points I'd like to make as it relates to this agreement. And my first one is that you do have power. I said this to South Bethany, and I'm saying it again because I know it to be true. This project will be challenged with lawsuits. Unfortunately, you have to wait until BOEM gives their approval before you can file. And one of the things that makes these lawsuits strong is when the municipalities adjoin them. And it's what makes New Jersey so powerful and strong. And it's not the reason Orsted pulled out of New Jersey, but it certainly had a bearing. So I would like you to think about that, because you have a voice, which means you have power. And if you silence your voice, then you really don't have power. Another thing I'd like to share with you is if you do sign it, put some safeguards in for yourself. I mean, Eversource's cables that aren't very old are leaking transmission fluid into the Charles River in Massachusetts pretty much as I speak. So put some safeguards in as to who's going to clean that up. What's the mitigation factor? Request to see their emergency mitigation plans, which are confidential. And I factually know that Green Oceans tried to FOIA them for their projects up there and were rejected. Those plans are confidential. The decommissioning plans are confidential. You know, unfortunately, in Vineyard Wind, which is now called Vineyard Offshore, they don't have to fund their decommissioning until 15 years. Nothing's funded for an emergency. So if you're going to sign this, put some safeguards in for yourself. I mean, it's important. It's really important. Let's see. And another safeguard I would put in if I were you is the ADLS lighting, because it's not approved yet. It's not even fully developed for offshore wind turbines yet. And, you know, as I told South Bethany, it was promised to Nantucket in their Good Neighbor Agreement, and they didn't get it. they have 7 turbines fully built now. And, you know, some of my friends that I work with up and down the coast, advocating against these wind turbines, these wind farms, are now in need of new blinds because they blink. 1 minute on, 1 minute off. And I really encourage everybody to go and look at their construction and operation plans, their environmental impact plans, because the red circle of where you can see these lights goes very vastly far inland. It's serious light pollution. And I would like you to build some safeguards, you know, make US Wind agree that when that lighting's available, they'll come back and install it. These things are important to your town. So, and let's see here. Oh, and I'd like to read this email I received at 10:03 this morning from David Stevenson of the Caesar Rodney Institute. Just because it really is important for you to understand. He's not here speaking.
How long is it?
A sentence.
Okay.
Just a heads up, I will not be able to attend the Bethany Beach workshop on accepting the Good Neighbor contract with US Wind. At the same time, DENREC is presenting its proposed offshore wind procurement plant to energy stakeholders, a meeting I'm a part of. They want to have Delaware subsidized projects that could add $450 a year or more to Delaware residents' electric bills. That's something important for people to know. And so I would say my last 3 things. Please go to the Save the Right Whale page. Rob Rand did a very extensive sound report, which is, there's a link to that there, so you can actually hear what's happening, what's really happening. They took boats and went out and had acoustic material. And hopefully shortly, his second report, which he did in the construction zone off of Nantucket, will be available too. But bubble curtains don't work, I'll leave it at that. But what's happening in the construction zone does kill whales. And on the Save the Right Whale page, you can see documentation of whale deaths. They might not be caused by the wind farms, but it's coincidental. Where the work's going, where the ships are, and where the correlating hurt animal is. And then just the last 2 things, I'd really encourage you to read the comments. It's 39 pages that the town of Ocean City wrote responding to the environmental impact statement. I think it's valuable information. You all should read it. And on the 20th of January, Andy Harris is having a congressional hearing at the Ocean City Convention Center from 2 to 4. I think it's imperative that people come and listen. And I have a question. US Wind's been invited to that hearing. Do you know who's going to show up?
I don't believe that we've been invited. We are not a big company. I have close relationships with everyone who's a part of the company. After the South Bethany meeting, Diane, I mentioned that, and none of the folks I work with were aware. So.
Well, I will get in touch with Keith because I actually worked in a small way helping to put this together, and the press release that they put out yesterday states that you were invited, as well as representatives from BOEM and NOAA. So it would be important for transparency and for this entire process if your company called Congressman Harris's office and made arrangements to be there.
I would expect that we would be. We just didn't know about it until now.
That is a true statement. Anyway, I thank you very
Thank you,
much.
Ms. Harris. The next person is Al Hurt. Al Hurt. He'd be out playing his trumpet. And that's it, and I thank everybody who came today for coming, for your patience, for your comments. And I think we're going to just take a 10-minute break, and then we'll come back and we're going to talk about DENREC's proposal to charge the beaches for beach replenishment. Thank you. he's gonna. Okay, thank you very much. We're on to the second item on the agenda. How does it read? The second item is discussion regarding an economic analysis being conducted by the Delaware Department of Environmental Control that will be used to determine the amount of Delaware's incorporated coastal communities will have to contribute to the future of beach replenishment projects. And I think, Mr. Gravier, they heard that you were going to be the presenter and they left. But I'm sorry. I'm going to turn this over to Mr. Gravier so he doesn't get even with me.
Well, Mayor, I forgot what I was going to say, so this is a topic that citizen concern, citizen interest can actually truly have an impact on. And that is an initiative that DENREC began actually pre-COVID, where they called coastal communities together to have a discussion about what they thought, DENREC thought, coastal communities should contribute to beach replenishment, beach renourishment. Currently, and it's been this way for the last at least 25 or 30 years, any replenishment project is funded 65% by the federal government through the United States Army Corps of Engineers and 35% through DENREC, through the state of Delaware. Over the course of time, there has been no real comment, no real pushback, and no outcry or real concern, I believe, from Delaware legislators to change that. And one of the reasons is the importance of the Delaware's coastal ecosystem, coastal economic ecosystem, if you will, to the state of Delaware. Right now, coastal infrastructure, coastal industry, and we would say that comprises everything that goes, say, from the Atlantic Ocean, the Delaware Bay, to Milford, from Milford to Millsboro, and down 113 to the state line. That area is what we would consider the area that's comprised in the coastal economic ecosystem. Coastal industry occurs in that area, and it's not just what you see here at the beach, what happens at the beach, but it's every strip mall, it's every development that's built in that area, that even though it's 25 or 30 miles from the Atlantic Ocean, is always advertised about its, given its proximity to Bethany Beach or to Rehoboth or to Lewis. It's a tremendous driver that probably today, Delaware's #1 industry today, if you ask most people, you'll be told it's agriculture. Over the decades, it's changed from the chemical industry, the auto industry, the credit card industry. It's finally, I won't say, it's reached the point now where agriculture is the state's leading, supposedly the state's leading industry. But right now, what occurs in this coastal infrastructure area probably outpaces agriculture in its importance to the state of Delaware. It contributes 65,000 jobs to the state's labor pool. It creates $5.49 billion in labor income, $12 billion in total industrial output, and $8 million to the Delaware, adds $8 billion, to the Delaware economy, which I do believe at this point in time, especially as farmland continues to shrink in the state, puts that as Delaware's #1 industry. But more importantly, and relevant to our discussion today, is the fact that this area and what it generates in transfer tax and other taxes generates $800 million in state, local, and federal taxes every year. So it's very important to Delaware's economy. What drives this engine here in our coastal communities are its beach communities. It's not the state parks that close up when they're full. It's the communities of Bethany, Dewey, Rehoboth, Lewis, and to a lesser extent, Fenwick and South Bethany. And these are the communities that receive beach replenishment, beach nourishment from the federal government and the state government. Through that point in time, and for all these years, even though we drive this tremendous industry, there's no real special recognition given to any of these coastal communities with help with our infrastructure. Our infrastructure bears hundreds of times of the stress of similar jurisdictions inland. There's no dollars that come back to us to assist us with opening up what I call the amusement park in the summer. Right now, our costs for the summer significantly outpace our winter cost, and our revenue for the summer no longer keeps up with our summer expense. And all the communities up and down the coast are in a similar circumstance. Some of us do more with infrastructure than others. Rehoboth, for instance, does a lot with their infrastructure, but they're also $80 million in debt, which is astounding for a community that's only 1 square mile. Bethany has a different approach to some of our infrastructure issues. We're not doing some of the things that we should because we want to stay as fiscally healthy as we can, because we're so vulnerable here in our coastal community. So the only thing that we get back in recognition of the tremendous driver that these coastal communities are in this infrastructure is beach replenishment, and that 35% that the state puts in for replenishment dollars. And replenishment, as you can see today, is very, very important for us, and it's much needed. The state, again, just pre-COVID, called a meeting together for coastal communities, and they fired a shot across the community's bows, advising that they were going to begin a discussion with coastal communities about what ratio of that 35% they thought these communities should contribute to that 35% share. It went away, as most things did during COVID, and it resurrected itself in a meeting that DENREC held about 7 or 8 months ago. It was a meeting it was broadly attended. It had a good number of invitees, and the prime invitees were the 8 bay communities, which goes from Lewis to Kitsamuk, and then the 5 coastal communities, which is Rehoboth to Fenwick Island. There was discussion. It was relatively vague about what they might be doing. They put some working groups together, and those working groups came back with some ideas they had about who should share and who should participate in determining this ratio. So out of the gate, the first thing that DENREC did there was determine that there should be some cost sharing, and called the communities together and told them that's what they would be doing, but they would also be putting together a working group comprised of stakeholders that would look at this and assess what this ratio should be. They did. They put together really 2 groups. They put the real working group together, which is comprised of about a half dozen current and former DENREC employees, and then added about 4 or 5 employees of the private contractor who's working on the ratio study for them, and they held a number of meetings. They've had all their meetings behind closed doors. There's no public attendance or no public notice of that. And then they called what I'll say is the sham meeting for a working group what do they call themselves? The DENREC Shoreline Management Economy Study Working Group. They called that meeting and let stakeholders attend. So there's a total of 13 different communities affected, bay communities and coastal communities, and they allowed 1 stakeholder from the bay communities to attend and 1 stakeholder from the coastal communities to attend. So meeting with about 10 or 12 bureaucrats, 2 people who actually participate or part of the coastal infrastructure, the mayor of Rehoboth, and I believe it was the mayor of Broadkill.
South Bethany.
No, I mean, from the bay communities.
Oh, Rehoboth.
The bay communities.
Oh, the bay communities, it was
Broadkill.
Slaughter
Beach.
Slaughter
okay.
Beach and Tony Pratt.
So in that meeting, the stakeholders got to find out what the real working group had determined the objective of the study was going to be. They got to find out what the scope of the study was going to be. All this had been predetermined behind closed doors. And they got to find out what the working mechanism that was going to be used to create the analysis for these ratios. Again, none of this with stakeholder participation, and none of this to date has involved any of the communities looking at any of their fiscal needs or even their budgets, if you will. This has morphed on and gotten to the point in time where there's going to be a public meeting that they're advertising that you could attend online, and they're advertising the meeting statewide. And the meeting is, again, represented to be the work of this working group, which isn't a real working group, if you will. It's a group of state employees who have decided what they think coastal communities should contribute to beach nourishment. Beach nourishment, if looking at today's figures and today's numbers, and an important thing to note here is also, since 2018, Bethany Beach has had a nourishment that went through 2018, 2019, had nourishment again 2021, and nourishment again in 23. So in a 5-year cycle, because of conditions on the beach and resources that were available, we've had 3 different beach nourishments. The most representative of what a real nourishment would be the 2018 to 2019 beach nourishment. In that beach nourishment, they brought in 1,470,000 cubic yards of sand to Bethany, South Bethany, and Fenwick Island. This past year, our replenishment was only 1.23 million cubic yards of sand. And that sand was spread throughout the 5 beach communities. It's the first time that's occurred with the U.S. Army Corps and DENREC. That 23.5 million brings in 1.24 million cubic yards of sand, and that ends up costing about $19.30 a cubic yard. The 2019 replenishment that the town had brought in 1.47 million cubic yards of sand, and using today's figures, using what this past replenishment cost us, that would mean the 3 communities south of the inlet, that project, that cost would be $2.7 million. Divided, Bethany's share of that would be for 659,000 cubic yards of sand, and the cost, the 35% cost of that is $12,700,000. If we take a look at DENREC deciding to cost share and only pass on 25% of that cost share to the communities, 25% of that 35% of that $12 million number, the net cost to the community would be $1.1 million. If DENREC decided that the communities, local communities, should contribute 50%, then that cost would be $2.2 million. And if you want to think about doing that 3 times over a 5-year period, you can imagine what that would do to Bethany Beach. Again, we barely get by with our summer revenue covering summer expense, and that's one of the problems we have is, I guess you would call it a perception issue, where people read the incredible numbers of amounts we make in parking every year, not realizing that those costs cover additional police, additional lifeguards for the season, and again, those costs barely cover what is happening for us. So it's very important for us to have some kind of a position to push back somehow. The Association of Coastal Towns is working on doing something, but I don't know if it's taken any specific form yet. It will here shortly, and the tact we're going to take. But in my conversations with the mayor, one of the things that we would like, if it's possible, is for the state to take a step back, for someone at some level to tell DENREC to disband this faux committee, if you will, and come back with a real committee with stakeholders that holds public meetings and make this a public discussion that's broken into 3 parts. I don't think the beach communities are reluctant to have conversations about participating in some way, in some form, with some cost sharing, but the first thing that from our perspective, looking at the big picture, if you will, is number 1, are there other sources of revenue? Right now, a portion of accommodation taxes in Delaware go to help support beach replenishment. The coastal communities have lobbied DENREC for years, realizing that DENREC embraces wind power, realizing that DENREC was going to bring wind power ashore on state property. We've lobbied the government at the executive level and the DENREC level to meet with us so we could discuss the state of Delaware taking dollars that might come to them from wind energy and applying coastal infrastructure to specifically help with beach renourishment and replenishment, with canal dredging, and with opening up waterways in the state. We weren't even, the 7 coastal communities weren't even able to get a meeting with the governor or the secretary of DENREC to have that discussion. There are other things that can be explored, other avenues of generating revenue for replenishment, And looking at, again, the impact of coastal infrastructure, why would you want to damage these communities and their appeal to what, again, drives this whole area? People come here to be close to these beach communities. The negative for us when we think about ways of funding this would be a fee, hundreds of dollars every year for every citizen, every resident, every parcel rather. And then when we move past looking at that, we know that our alternative to come up with literally millions of dollars and queue up millions of dollars for replenishment are going to be things like beach tags, like the Jersey Shore has, but the Jersey Shore has beach tags and not parking. We'll have beach tags and we'll have parking, and we'll have a parking rate that really makes us a place you can't visit. The good Yelp reviews and everything else we hear about Bethany being appealing is going to go away, and the same thing will be true for Rehoboth and Dewey when you can't hire the lifeguards you need, where your lifeguarded beach is smaller and you have fewer guards on the beach, or you do have the sort of crime you see on the boardwalk in Ocean City because you can't put the number of seasonal police officers or full-time police officers out that you need to. There's not a lot of recognition, if you will, that many of these towns, Bethany, Dewey Beach, wouldn't even have a police department, probably if they were located inland. Yet we have police departments with 13 or 14 officers and 2 to 3 dozen seasonals every year and 60 to 70 lifeguards on the beach, and the cost for that is astronomical. So a committee first that come in and look at potential revenue sources, and then if they identify or can identify revenue sources that help with any shortfalls, then the second job of that committee, done in a very public area, open and accessible to the public with legislative input from Delaware legislators, would be to determine who actually benefits from coastal beach renourishment. We were told in the sham meeting that the real working group on this economic study were not going to consider indirect benefits. They were only going to consider in developing a ratio of direct benefits to the beach communities, the 5 beach communities and the 8 bay communities, and they weren't going to look at anything else. To do that and not take into consideration the fortune that the county has right now in their surplus that's been built off the back of transfer tax of the sale of properties and development of properties within this coastal area is ridiculous. At the very least, the county needs to be involved in any kind of a conversation when we talk about who's going to help with sharing the expense here. But more importantly, the state should take a step back, think about that $800 million in revenue, tax revenue brought in to state, local, and federal coffers, and think about the wisdom of pushing these kinds of dollars back on some very, very small communities that barely make their ends meet and barely maintain their infrastructure. And at the very end, after, again, it's decided who benefits and who's going to participate in sharing this ratio that's going to be passed on, then the last thing that should be done, again, in those open public meetings with legislative support, a ratio there should be developed that is fair on its face and not something that's being done behind closed doors, and ultimately we'll all be told what the numbers are, but we'll never participate in developing them.
Thank you, Mr. Gravier. That was very thorough. I just wanted to add a couple of things to that. The way DENREC defined direct benefit was if you receive sand, you've received a direct benefit, and they take into account nothing else. They also have access to the accommodations tax, which is supposed to pay for part of that. And the county also collects an accommodations tax, which a portion of that is supposed to go towards beach replenishment. The county was never invited. I was just talking to John Riley, and he couldn't understand why, and Todd Lawson said the same thing. They would like to be involved in the discussions. But I think one of the things that we might be doing is to encourage you to attend or to at least register for that public hearing, which is really not public. It's, you know, register in advance and give us your questions in advance. But I think we'll be putting out something on our website, more information about this, so if you get in touch with your legislators and everybody, it would give you some ammunition or facts to include as well. But I wanted to open it to anybody on the council who wished to comment on it.
Thank you, Mayor. So, and Cliff, you and I had talked about this before. You know, as a resident of Delaware, recognizing, you know, generally we're going to be under tighter fiscal constraints, just generally, okay? Let's assume that's that we all need to understand what that impact is. So I get that, right? But what it seems like is going on, or when you do that, right, and the question you're always trying to understand there is, we're going to put scarce resources, okay? Where should they go to get the maximum benefit? Looking at the state as a whole and obviously the constituencies behind that. What's disturbing about this, from my perspective, is this was done a few years ago. And this is a study that I was trying to reference 2014.
That's a 2012 study that was done by Sea Grant and the University of Delaware that looked at the economic impact of this coastal area that I was speaking of earlier.
Right, but what it did is it seemed like it was a more balanced and inclusive perspective that also looked at direct costs as well as indirect, right? Because
yes,
it seems like the result you want to have as a Delaware resident, I guess put aside Bethany for a second, right? As you put your hat on as a Delaware resident, we do have to decide where do the dollars need to go to have the max benefit. But what I'm concerned about very strongly, Cliff, from your presentation of how this has unfolded, is it's everything not about trying to come up with the best analysis, it's trying to come up with an answer that's almost preconceived, it sounds like. And
So-
that,
yeah,
to me,
so this was a study, it's a great study, and we're in the process of commissioning an updated study because this is 2012. We went back and started to look at this, but then we picked up the COVID years, so we wanted to get past the COVID years. So we have negotiated another contract with the University of Delaware and Sea Grant to give us a newer study. This was a study that took a real look at the benefit to the state.
Right.
What the state is doing is made a decision that we're going to pass costs on directly to the 5 coastal communities, and we don't care about anything else, and we're going to develop a ratio, and that development, again, is being done behind closed doors, and we're going to present that with 2 members of the oceanfront and bay communities, and we're going to say they were stakeholders and they participated in developing this.
Right.
And that's just not, it's just bogus.
right. And Cliff, I'm not arguing with what
Yeah.
you presented. I'm actually completely in alignment with it. I'm just trying to provide something that was done before, which was a broader perspective that allows you then to have, as a resident of Delaware, you sit back and go, look, we have limited resources. Where do we want to allocate those to get the biggest bang? So you got to think about agriculture. You got to think about banking. You got to think about all that, and you got to think about the coastal communities, because that all has benefit to Delaware, right? And if you starve one piece of it artificially because of some political agenda, whatever that is, you're really spiting. What's the term? You bite your. I always forget. I can never remember what it is.
You cut off your nose to spite your face.
Yeah, Teresa told me that yesterday. And that's exactly, it feels like what we're doing, right? That
So-
has real, and so to the mayor's point, I think we ought to be pushing really hard with our elected representatives and others to say, you know what? The study is important, right? We need to understand where we invest our dollars, what are the impacts and the like. That's important, and it needs to be updated. I'd say, you know, but it needs to be an open forum that literally gives you a better answer that you can then take action on, not something that's preconceived, that's driven to, you know, just say, look, we're going to get dollars from here, we're going to have the states or the local communities pay for it. That's a really poor decision-making process. I'm just reiterating
No,
what
sure.
you said, sir.
So one of the issues that coastal communities have, and the Association of Coastal Towns was formed to try to push back on this to a certain degree, is that agriculture is a force in Legislative Hall. Old Delawareans know that. A lot of lobbyists, very active, and the coastal communities have not had that. No cabinet secretary would unilaterally come up with some sort of a policy that was going to punish the agriculture industry without some kind of direction from the executive level or legislative direction. It just wouldn't happen. But because the perception, again, that we're all sitting here rolling in the dough, because everybody reads those articles every fall, about the parking revenue that's been generated, and everybody knows the price of homes in the area. They make the assumption that we certainly can afford this and we should be paying it. But the real story, and we're putting together a package right now that looks at what summer actually cost all the beach communities. We have our own analysis. We did it a couple of years ago. But you would take a town like Dewey Beach. Dewey Beach wouldn't have a police department. I mean, the 300 year-round residents, they wouldn't have the 60 or 70 lifeguards they have on the beach. Right now, their summer costs significantly surpass what they bring in their budget, so.
I think another issue I've always brought up from an elected point of view at that level, many of the beach communities have non-resident property owners, so they're not directly involved in voting for them to come in office or out of office. So that obviously has also an impact on decisions that are made at that level.
It's an unfortunate circumstance that there's legislative recognition that most of our residents are non-residents and don't vote in the state.
Yes.
But to ignore the economic impact and to not think forward about ultimately how our community is going to respond to this, because they're not going to be able to absorb it internally with residents and tax parcels, they're going to have to pass it on somehow to visitors, those that rent and those that come from inland to visit our communities, so.
You know, you talk about our representatives. Unfortunately, our representatives are a small minority compared to the representatives for the whole state.
Correct.
We don't have a lot of power when it comes to that, for a numbers standpoint. So I think we need to get people who have friends that are throughout the state to talk to all the representatives, so they understand. From the budget standpoint, I recognize the fact that the beach does generate money. We generate money for parking and all the different ways we get money coming in here. But every year, it's a balance, trying to make sure that the summer pays for itself, and it's getting more and more difficult every year. And I keep saying we need to raise parking and all these different fees. And it's very difficult to people understand. If you go to New York City and you park up there, you're going to pay $50 a day to park. What are you going to pay here in Bethany Beach? We have the same problem. And to say we want to raise our parking from $3 an hour to $5 an hour, people go, holy mackerel. But we need to generate numbers somehow.
Well, imagine having to generate $1.5 million every year.
Right, every
for
year,
the
year in and year
inevitable
out.
cost that's going to be passed on to you for
Right.
replenishment.
I think it's important that this meeting that's coming up, it's next Thursday night at 6 o'clock, that I've registered for because we got some notification of it. But we need to get on the website, go on the website, find out about this meeting, and listen to this presentation because it's all one-sided.
Well, DENREC has really gone out of its way to promote this statewide. And without some sort of a knowledge from people in Kent and Sussex County, this would seem like an idea that just makes sense. So in terms of education, ACT has gone on and to hire a lobbyist. And we're hoping that helps us, but that's just one person, one organization, and ACT is going to have to become very involved. And I think one of the things we've maybe hurt ourselves with is we talk about ACT. We know what ACT is, but I think when you begin to preface every conversation with the communities of Rehoboth, Dewey Beach, Bethany Beach, South Bethany, and Fenwick Island are saying this, I think that lets people know what's really about here, so.
One of the things we are doing too is we happened to have breakfast with Senator Huxtable at a SCAP breakfast and asked him about how we could get the legislators in Kent and Newcastle County to understand more about how the beach communities operate. And he very generously offered to, they apparently have something, they can set aside a room, reserve a room and have groups come in, and the group will be able to meet with legislators and be able to hand out information and everything. So that's one thing, and we were very glad that because he's a Democrat and most of the people in Kent and Sussex and Newcastle County, those legislators are of the same party. So he offered to help us with that. So we're going to do that March 21st. So that's one thing where we can get to the legislators. Hopefully we can get our message across a little better. And then ongoing, we're going to really have to spend more time up there, I think, this year. And the ACT mayors and others on the councils to be able to educate them. And I think we have to get more information out to our, the people who live here and the people who live in Ocean View and Millville. We're going to be meeting with the mayors there to be able to apprise them of what's going on and the impact it will have on them and their constituents if something like this goes forward.
And DENREC, for whatever reason, their timeline on this is to have some preliminary discussion about ratios in the March or April timeframe, but to complete the report, supposedly, and this is what the stakeholders have been briefed on, to complete the report sometime in August and to leave action on whatever report they create to the next set of legislators
Yeah.
and the next governor.
Right. And
So
the
it-
next
it's
secretary of
really,
DENREC.
it's really an interesting exercise, if you will.
It is.
Cliff, you might have mentioned it, and I missed it. Agriculture is the big driver in the state, but
I think we've passed it. I think coastal industry has passed it, and certainly.
what I was gonna
with
ask.
the sale of
We're-
every farm up and down the state, it diminishes.
we're actually a bigger contributor now than they are, or at least equal to them. So it'd be nice.
Yes, but we don't promote that. How do you get that out and make people get their head around the idea? We're talking about an area that extends essentially, say, from 113
Yeah.
Millsboro to Milford out to the coast. That this is what drives this economy. We did an analysis here just a couple of years ago about construction. First off, it just came out here in the last 3 or 4 weeks that 79% of all new construction in the entire state of Delaware
Yeah.
occurs in Sussex County.
Sussex County, yeah.
And our analysis about 2 years ago indicated that 90% of that occurred in this area I'm talking about. So all this construction, all this development that's putting money in the coffers, thank you, of the county, for instance, is generated here, and it stays there. And they have to be with us in any type of discussion. But first, let's look at other sources of revenue. I mean, they're out there for us before the state has to take this direction. So.
You know, we heard several comments today from people about the beauty of Bethany Beach and the things that we bring to the state. What's very interesting is that Bethany Beach is 1 square mile, but you go back 10 miles back, and it's the woodlands at Bethany Beach. Everybody wants to claim that they live in Bethany Beach, and that makes us look like we're rich. But in reality, we are a very small cog in this whole area. But the money that's being generated is not coming, like you said, it's not coming to us. Most of that money is going to the county.
Well, you remember that at the beginning, Memorial Day of last year, Bethany didn't have a beach in Bethany Beach. And we'll be going into this summer with less beach than we had and less dune than we had.
Yeah.
Because these repetitive storms have already taken the beach and now are taking the dunes. This last replenishment, which was very unusual, again, the Corps did as much as it could with the $23.5 million it had, but it spread it out over all 5 beach communities. We didn't get any work on our dune. The dune was left alone. They elevated the beach. They took the beach out a little bit further to help deplete the energy from wave action. But we lost that within the first month, and we're losing more beach with every one of these storms. We have 2 more coming this week. So
I think another thing that people don't understand, the beach does not belong to Bethany, and we have no jurisdiction over the beach. We've even asked if we could put the fences back up to help to keep the sand there, and DENREC says, no, that's our responsibility. But they won't do it because they said, we put it up and it gets taken back out again. Well, you know,
Bethany's unusual in that we're one of the few municipal entities on the coastline that actually owns to the high water mark. We own that. Not every beach community does, believe it or not. But what makes that worse is we can't move a tablespoon of sand on our beach without DENREC's permission.
okay. We can't control the beach, even though you say it's within the high water mark. That was my point, is that we can't bring sand in, we can't do anything, except without DENREC doing it for us.
Yes.
Or the Corps of Engineers.
Correct.
Anybody? I know it's late, but does anyone have anything, any questions, or if you, yeah, wait a minute now, could we do microphones? On the table? No, I know, but we'll get the microphone just to pass it around because people are, we
Online.
record this. Yeah, yeah.
Just a point of clarity in wanting to understand the situation here. The current subsidy from the state for the replenishment is 35%, if I understand?
It's a 65-35% partnership. Ratio. 65% comes from the federal government, 35% comes from state coffers.
No.
So, but there's a levy on accommodation tax that goes into a fund that helps support beach replenishment. So when we talk about other things that might be done legislatively or with taxes, it could be an expansion of that. It could be some sort of a levy on rental taxes. There are things out there that could help with it, but they haven't been explored because DUNREC has taken us right to the point of developing this ratio for us.
So it's inevitable, though, that they are going to be coming to the local communities, asking the local communities to put up a portion.
Well, I'd like to think, if you could put a group like the group that was here today together on all 5 communities, I think there'd be some impact in Delaware. Delaware's that small. I think it would be something that could happen. But again, the mayor made a point of saying, well, if you want to hear something about something that might be relevant, stick around for this conversation. Well, look who did. So.
Is that microphone on?
Yeah, it's. I think it did.
Thank you.
Have we thought about partnering with, you talked about builders, you talked about realtors. I mean, just given the amount of new construction and home sales, like partnering with the builders lobby, partnering with the realtor lobby to,
Yes, we've had that
send around-
conversation. We've had that conversation with the lobbyists that we've hired about talking to Sodell, talking to Shell, getting involved with those types of groups to begin to make the promotion that if we're not careful, we'll kill the golden goose here. So.
I mean, Sodell is a good name because the Rehoboth guy, I mean, Alan Levin is kind of the lead guy at Sodell, at least in the advisory role.
Mhm.
And he used to be head of the Delaware Development Organization. I know he is tight with Markel. I don't know how tight he is with Carney, but that may be a way of, instead of trying to go up, go down to try to get some friction with DENREC, because it doesn't sound like they are playing nice in the proverbial sandbox here. But that's another approach where they could be a neutral third party to help with the cost share equation. Because, I mean, their goal is to both retain small business and bring business in. And if you go to them and say, look, we're talking about windmills, we're talking about beach replenishment, it doesn't take a rocket scientist to figure out what that does to the new business climate. I mean, that may be a different approach to try to get, I mean, Carney's kind of a lame duck, but to try to get some friction going for something to happen. It doesn't, that would be my 2 cents. Just having worked with Alan Levin on new business, I mean, he was great. He may have decided with the Happy Harry money and everything else that he wants to sit on the beach, but.
Well, he decided not to run for governor, so.
Well, if you have a Rehoboth connection, I mean, he's a Rehoboth resident and he's tight with the Sodell guys. I mean, he may be a very good leverage point because he knows the whole state.
No, I mean, I think we've brought the right person on board to help us with any type of lobbying and PR effort. And we've already had those discussions about, well, Scott Kammerer now is Sodell, about involving him, the Shell brothers, and other people that have significant commercial interest in the area.
Schwarzkopf's, he's out of office.
Right.
I don't know if he's interested in putting a lobbyist shingle, but
Who knows? Sure.
This is not going to be productive, so really quick question, because we're new. We've owned here, but we are now full-timers. So I mistakenly didn't realize how replenishment worked. I thought we made the decisions. You guys, I knew the Army Corps of Engineers decide when you're going to get it, but I thought it was up to us. You say it's not.
Not at all.
So Sea Colony doesn't do it.
Right.
Are there times, I mean, like you said, 2 storms and it's done, and we have to start over. What if we didn't do it? Have there been studies?
If we didn't do it, I don't know that anybody's studied it. If we didn't do it, we'd have the ocean breaking on Atlantic Avenue.
And has that been, I mean, I'm sure there's a scientific study that's what it shows, because.
No question. I don't know that we've needed that. We've had storms.
Right.
We've had storms that have washed away the dune and had
the ocean breaking on South Atlantic Avenue.
Yep.
So that's what happens.
Since when? Like, how, has it been more, as the years have gone on?
Within the
we
last
need
10 or
more?
15 years.
We need more and
we-
more
we
every
see
year?
We see more storms. We have more of a need for replenishment. A tidbit of Gravier information. So if you go to Google Earth and you get a few thousand feet above the shoreline and you look down, if you look up and down the entire coast, the only bump out you will see is at Bethany Beach in front of the boardwalk. And engineers have dumbed it down to tell me that nature loves a flat beach and will do everything it can to make that beach flat. We lose that before everybody else loses what they have in terms of sand. So that little bump out is just a small bump out. You get to the right height, it really stands out. And that's a real impact for us. It's a real need. We don't have beach now. And we've lost a little bit of the dune we did have left
Saw
south
it.
of us. yes.
Terrible. Have there been any other solutions considered or talked about?
The solution du jour for the Corps has been for decades now beach replenishment. There's studies out there, things that have been tried, but none of them have really been successful, if you will. There's a great book, if you have an interest in this, called Against the Tide, that looks at all the different types of things that have been used to help try to save the beach, and it goes through them all, and none of them really work. People like the Groins, but they have a lot of downsides, and other entities. I liked your thought about the windmills maybe taking some energy out of the wave, but I think they're so far off the coast and they're so far apart because of the wingspan of the blades. I don't know that they would do that, especially at 17 or 18 miles out.
I know, like burying a natural reef, and I mean, just to prevent the wash.
And they talk about that, and again, it's not as effective as people think it is, so. And for whatever reason, it's the Corps' decision. The Corps, again, is the font of the large portion of those resources, so.
So does DENREC come to you and say, okay, you guys definitely need it, or is someone in our town saying, yep, you guys got to get here?
No.
You
The
got nothing?
Corps makes an assessment of their projects. So this is part of their 50-year project. They make an assessment when these communities that are all part of this, the 50-year plan to replenish beach, make a decision when they need it. What's going to happen that's going to impact us right now and all the Delaware coastal communities is that Tom Carper is going to retire. And Tom Carper has been a tireless advocate for the Delaware coast and replenishment on the beaches. And I don't know that it's possible that some members of our congressional delegation aren't sure Bethany Beach is, but Carper's not that person, so. And in his retirement, that's going to be an issue for us.
Got it. Anyone? Say it again?
Anybody else?
Oh, the bump. I see the little bump, yeah. Does anyone want?
Anybody? Nope. Okay, well, thank you very much for attending and for participating, and we hope to see you all again soon. Thank you.
Thank you for coming.
And thank you for your comments. Yeah.
Thanks for coming out on a Friday night.
Yes. I think I'm going to have a motion. Can I have a motion